Chapter 61. Dinner. It wasn't found, it came with the house, Lancelot said, feeling a headache coming on. She was murdered by the previous owner of the manor and enslaved by her killer even after her death. We only discovered her after we moved in. Poor child, you should be able to view people's memories, right? See for yourself. Tajana stared at little Esha, her eyes emitting a mysterious allure. Esha, not knowing what to do, stood there looking into Tajana's beautiful eyes, her focus gradually fading. Many images quickly flashed through Tajana's eyes, and a look of disgust appeared on her face, but she soon regained her composure. I understand, but the head tax still needs to be paid, be diligent about it next month. Okay. Lancelot checked the meat patties while introducing the somewhat puzzled Esha. This is Miss Tajana, Lord of Twin Bridges Town, and that dwarf uncle is Berend, Bruto's father. Ah. My apologies, esteemed lady. Good evening. Esha's right foot slid back to the left behind her left foot as she curtsied to Tajana. Being from a court lady's background, she naturally understood what the title of Lord of Twin Bridges Town meant. She did not neglect the dwarf uncle and greeted him politely. Tajana simply nodded without speaking. She turned to Berend. The craftsman committee just reported to me the results of this expedition. You've discovered a new major vein in that ancient mine? What's the situation like? Roughly how much are the reserves? Yes. Facing his literal demon boss, Berend was still a bit nervous. At a depth of about 7,000 feet underground, we were lucky to find this vein in a tunnel dug out by a shaleback beast. The exact reserves still need to be thoroughly surveyed, but I believe it will not be less than 100,000 tons. Very good. Hearing the numbers, Tajana showed satisfaction. I've also heard that you've made a cold iron weapon, and the chief craftsman spoke very highly of it. Where is the sword? It was made for Sir Lancelot, and it performed very well in this operation. It's right there on the shelf to your right. Lancelot volunteered, lifting his spatula and pointing to his weapon. Tajana took Frost Slash out upon hearing this and examined it closely. It's extremely sharp, please be careful. Bruto looked anxious as he watched the succubus. In fact, just 2 hours ago, it cut off a finger from a 6-armed serpent demon at the mercenary hall. Sonam told me about it, Tajana answered absently. She didn't need to harm herself to see the special nature of this weapon. This metal indeed had a restraining effect on demons' innate protection abilities. If you have enough materials, how many such weapons can you produce every week? For weapons of this quality, I can make about 3 a week. Beads of sweat formed on the bottom of Berend's forehead. If it's ordinary cold iron weapons, my kin and I can produce 50 a week. From now on, I promote you to Grandmaster Craftsman. You can apply to the Craftsman Committee for labor, forges, materials, and anything else you need. You have the right to decide the pay for your subordinates, and for each finished piece, Twin Bridges Town will pay you 50 gold coins. Tajana leaned close to Berend. However, in a month, I want you to deliver 500 cold iron weapons, and then 1,000 each month after that. But... Berend stammered, trying to object. In a month, Twin Bridges Town's clients will come to my castle to vie for the Smithy District's output for the next quarter. At that time, you will demonstrate the effectiveness of these weapons to my guests and have enough samples ready for them to all get a taste, Tajana continued. But that's too much. Berend protested despondently, I can't guarantee the quality of the weapons. I said, you can apply to the Craftsman Committee for any resources you need. If there's anything they can't handle, you can come to me directly. Tajana's tone was very firm. Let go of your dwarven strictness towards your work. These weapons are not destined to be linked with any great adventures. They will appear on bloody battlefields and be discarded after their first use. And I didn't say they all have to be swords, nail-headed hammers, long spears, simpler ones like these are fine. Cornered, Berend knew he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Bruto's face was filled with a bitter expression at the side. It seemed like his old man was going to be busy and probably wouldn't have time to manage the big job he had taken on. "Dinner is ready." Lancelot's words broke the tense atmosphere in the room, as he and little Isha brought dish after dish of succulent shark lizard meat to the long table in the dining room. "My lady, you are our most honored guest, please sit at the head of the table." "When did I say I wanted to have dinner with you?" Tajana retorted with a cold laugh, turning just in time to see Lancelot's appearance in a pink kitchen apron, which immediately made her face fall. "This is truly a rare ingredient, coming from the finest part of a very healthy shark lizard, and I have carefully turned it into this scrumptious dish before you," Lancelot enthusiastically explained, pulling out a chair for Tajana. "Please have a seat. Little Isha, go call Paladin down." Tajana reluctantly took a seat, watching Lancelot courteously pour the beautiful sauce over the meat, her smile tinged with sarcasm. "Who would have guessed you also have this side of you? Everyone has a side they keep hidden, only willing to show it to certain people," Lancelot said courteously after serving Tajana. Then he went to pour sauce over everyone's plates and fill their glasses with wine, finally returning to his own seat. Tajana watched his actions with interest. "Why do you do this? Can't they pour for themselves? I poured for you, too. You serve me because you want to win my favor," Tajana sneered, "but what about serving them?" Tajana's question forced Lancelot to think about the reasons behind his actions, which he hadn't consciously considered, and he concluded. "Because they are my friends, and this is a way for us to convey our care for each other." "Meaningless behavior among altruists," Tajana commented coldly. "Perhaps it is indeed meaningless." Lancelot evidently wasn't foolish enough to argue with the Lord, but many mortals really do feel fulfilled by helping others. By then, everyone had arrived, and Paladin brought a bottle of a special wine for little Isha, pouring her a glass of the bright red beverage. "Everyone," Lancelot stood up with his glass raised, "a toast to our Lord, the ruler of Twin Bridges town, the beautiful and noble Lady Tajana. She may be a demon, but she has sheltered countless mortals who have strayed into this world and, more importantly, allowed them to live with dignity using their own skills. My lady, my highest respect." Everyone raised their glasses to Tajana, including Berend, who had just been thoroughly exploited by her. This took the succubus by surprise and caught her off guard. "Please sit," Tajana finally responded simply. "How does it feel?" Lancelot winked at her. Tajana cut off a small piece of meat and put it in her mouth. With a light bite, rich, succulent juices and melting fat flowed out of the tender meat, mixed with a slightly charred flavor. "It feels quite nice," she said, raising her glass and taking a sip, then showing Lancelot a smile. Chapter 62. Tajana had quickly left, giving Lancelot a meaningful look before she departed, to which Lancelot responded with a serene smile. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, all agreeing it was the best dinner since they had arrived in the abyss. Paladin's magic wasn't perfect, as he hadn't managed to completely transform all the alcohol, resulting in young Esha, who had just gotten up, ending up drunk, much to the shame of the undead. Paladin found the process of carrying Esha's breathless body to the tomb and then placing it into the wooden coffin eerily reminiscent of a certain evil god's sacrificial ritual. Lancelot stood on the patio outside the dining room, glass of red wine in hand, looking over the brightly lit main area of Twin Bridges town. The air contained a kind of invisible magic that suppressed the propagation of sound, making the surroundings quite silent, allowing him to clearly hear his own inner voice. What was Tajana doing at this moment? Would those words about friendship and respect linger in her heart? He had some guesses about Tajana, but was not yet certain. Was her attitude toward the vast mortal races of Twin Bridges town purely driven by maximizing benefits, or was there another reason? Out of his sight, Tajana sat atop the spire of her massive castle. She had transformed back into her succubus form, her large wings relaxed and spread behind her, bathing in the glow of the abyss's red moon, creating a beautiful and harmonious scene. In the deepest dreams of some fortunate ones in the multiverse, they could vaguely see this beautiful shadow, and then it was etched into their minds forever, leaving them in a daze for months to years. But if someone could get a little closer, they would notice the succubus's eyes aimlessly staring into the void. "Mother, I wish you were here." Bruto walked up to Lancelot, looked up at him for a while, and seeing no response, he gently coughed. His cough caught Lancelot's attention, and then he spoke. "I saw how she smiled at you tonight, I think you have a chance." "What are you talking about?" Lancelot laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Did you need something from me?" "It's like this." Bruto spoke hesitantly. "You've also heard, my old man probably doesn't have time to help us with that Sonam deal anymore, it looks like we have to do it ourselves." "We?" Lancelot quickly caught the key word. "I definitely can't handle it myself." Berend had already gone back, and Bruto candidly admitted, "But together, maybe we have a chance." "What help can I offer?" Lancelot asked curiously. "My craftsmanship indeed still needs a lot of, learning," Bruto said, showing a slightly embarrassed smile, "but there's one part in the forging process that, well, can work miracles with the right effort." "Forging?" Paladin had come over by then. "Exactly, looks like you know a bit too." Bruto spread his hands to his companions. "My skills in other steps aren't proficient, resulting in me having to forge repeatedly to ensure quality. So with Lancelot's extraordinary strength, you could produce weapons of normal quality. It might even be better than normal." The dwarf rubbed his hands excitedly. "Lancelot, when you first fought the shark lizard creature and smashed its helmet, how long can you swing the hammer with that same force?" "That level?" Lancelot raised an eyebrow. "Depends on how much water I had to drink at the time, and my bladder's tolerance, I guess." Bruto clapped his hands. "Done. I can help too." Paladin suggested, "I happen to know a simple enchantment that's perfect for clients like Sonam." "You know enchantment?" Bruto looked at him skeptically. "I haven't even mastered that technique yet." "It's different, the enchantment power during forging is much stronger, and the effects are different too." Paladin explained, "The enchantment I know is called Patriot. It allows the weapon to exert extra power when defending a designated area, weakens the bearer's power if it falls into an enemy's hands within that zone, and is useless elsewhere." "That's really suitable." Lancelot nodded. "I believe Sonam would also like it." "Great, such effects are enough to compensate for other flaws." Bruto finally revealed a relieved smile as he headed to his room. "Get some rest everyone, we need to pour our strength into it tomorrow." Lancelot and Paladin exchanged smiles and returned to their own rooms. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. The night was still young, and his cultivation had just begun. Little Isabella woke up in the late night, but she was noticeably better than before. Blood had temporarily appeased the curse she bore. She even had breakfast with everyone in the morning and then rested in the crypt. After breakfast, Lancelot and Bruto headed to the craftsman's district, while Paladin stayed home studying magic and scrolls. The enchantment would have to wait until after the crafting was complete, so he had nothing to do for now. It was easy to find Berend in the craftsman's district. The newly promoted master craftsman was assigning tasks to a bunch of dwarfs, as Tajana's production quotas allowed no room for negotiation. Bruto took a moment to briefly explain their situation to Berend. Taken aback, Berend led them to a small workshop. "This isn't suitable for mass production, but it's free right now." The old dwarf checked the forge and bellows to ensure everything was working, then helped light the fire. "You should have enough materials, get anything else you need from Uncle Derek." "Let me emphasize once again, temperature, temperature, temperature. Don't take your eyes off the furnace, focus." "Got it, old man." Bruto answered, feeling a bit guilty and unable to look Berend in the eyes. "If you have any problems, don't hesitate to ask me." Berend advised again, then nodded to Lancelot and went back to his tasks. Time was becoming ever more precious for him. Once large-scale production began, it might be a long while before Bruto could see his old man again. Let's get started. Bruto clapped his hands and pointed to the bellows near the forge. You sit there first. Lancelot resignedly acknowledged one fact: he was indeed Bruto's human power source. He mechanically operated the bellows, moving his hands as fast as possible to make the flames in the furnace burn fiercer. He quietly channeled a thread of true chi into it, satisfied as he felt the temperature inside the furnace rise even faster. The efficiency is just different with a big guy doing this. Bruto, unsuspecting, excitedly watched the color of the flames. Put some muscle into it, we might even start working before everyone else, haha. Chapter 63. Bruto's expectations were dashed, the temperature in the forge skyrocketed, and not even the innate chill of the cold iron could suppress the heat. In the end, the molten iron poured into the mold had lost all the unique qualities of cold iron and was indistinguishable from ordinary iron. Lancelot wondered if it was the true chi he had secretly mixed in that had caused the anomaly, but even when he stoked the bellows in the normal way the next day, the result was the same. Then the third day, the fourth day. Luckily, their furnace was small, and these trials hardly wasted any materials, otherwise, Berend might have been tempted to beat his son to death. The entire blacksmithing district resembled an ant nest doused with boiling water, with dwarves scurrying about and steam rising from every corner. The forging process of cold iron released a vast amount of chill, which only the dwarves of the Frostforge clan and the strongest blacksmiths could endure. Such dwarven artisans were mostly highly skilled and incredibly proud, with bad tempers, and hardly any were willing to take orders from Berend. The old dwarf had no choice but to station the few members of the Frostforge clan at the iron anvil, while he himself acted like a supervisor, directing the hands sent by the craftsman committee in other tasks. Unsurprisingly, every time he strolled into Bruto and Lancelot's small workshop, he would point out at least 3 things Bruto was doing wrong before berating him severely. Perhaps Bruto was inherently allergic to smithing knowledge, because as time went on, Lancelot remembered the mistakes, but Bruto kept repeating them. By the 10th day, they finally succeeded. Seeing the iron flow into the mold a bright blue-white instead of the usual red hue of iron, Bruto excitedly embraced Lancelot, laughing loudly. It was finally time for Lancelot to truly shine. Bruto, with tongs in one hand holding the sword blank and a small hammer in the other, indicated where to strike for Lancelot, while Lancelot was responsible for swinging the great hammer, ensuring each blow landed exactly where Bruto required. Bruto tapped the middle of the sword blank lightly twice with the small hammer, signaling Lancelot to begin. Taking a deep breath, Lancelot estimated and exerted about 50% of his strength for the first blow. A clang echoed, and a burst of chill emerged from the hammered spot, slightly reducing the stifling heat in the workshop. But Bruto was not satisfied. He tapped the same spot twice more and bellowed. "Human, what are you doing? Haven't you eaten?" Lancelot added another 20% to his strength and delivered another hammer blow, this time unleashing more chill, but still not satisfying Bruto. "Is that all you've got? Should I have little Isha share her breakfast with you?" Lancelot was at a loss for words over Bruto's habit of using such unnecessary provocations to spur him on. Wasn't he afraid of smashing this hard-won semi-finished product with too much force? However, it seemed his concern was unnecessary. Metals with high malleability under high temperatures allowed blacksmiths to shape the billets into the proper form. Bruto's small hammer pointed out the target once again, and this time Lancelot summoned all the physical strength he could muster, slamming down the hammer heavily. A thunderous boom echoed as the targeted part flattened significantly, and a stronger gust of chill burst forth, reducing the room's temperature to normal levels. "That's more like it, but it's still not enough." Bruto moved the sword blank slightly and swung the small hammer again, ringing out 2 dings. "Imagine this is a detestable tentacle monster that has wrapped around the beautiful Tajana from behind, and with its long, drooling tongue, it's trying to lick her lovely sharp horns. Come on! Do something!" Raging true chi, like a levee-broken flood, surged out of Lancelot's chi-si, roaring through each of his meridians. His muscles bulged as if he were an irate pufferfish, and an intimidating aura emerged around him. He struck with his true full strength, wielding the massive hammer. Despite the sword blank being the target of the hammer's fall, Bruto couldn't suppress a feeling of terror. Had he not been sure that Lancelot wouldn't go mad from those few words, he would have already thrown down his tongs and fled. The hammer struck its target with a resounding boom that echoed throughout the entire blacksmith district. The impacted area was almost flattened into a pancake, followed by an intense blast of cold air, chilling like the breath of a white dragon, instantly turning the beads of sweat on Bruto's eyebrows and beard into snowflakes. The entire blacksmith district seemed to be interrupted by this explosion-like noise. Everyone stopped their work, looking around bewildered. What happened? Did something explode? I didn't see any fire. What's with this cold blast? Is winter coming? Shut up, you fool fresh off the boat, there are no seasons in the abyss. Berend was the first to rush in and found that Bruto and Lancelot were both fine, just staring at each other with wide and small eyes. What are you two up to? More dwarves gathered around, and some noticed the huge dent in the sword blank. They were all savvy folks, and a murmur rippled through the crowd. Nothing, Lancelot just now I don't know what he was thinking put too much strength into it. Bruto cast a guilty glance at Lancelot and again tapped the sword blank a couple of times with a smaller hammer. Let's just, continue. Lancelot, too, wasn't sure why he had gotten so carried away, but fortunately, the chilling air that hit him helped him regain his composure. He lifted the hammer once more, pushing most of the true chi back into his dantian, and then swung the hammer again. The head of the hammer viciously struck the sword blank, and a visible ring of cold air burst out from the sword blank, spreading all around. Oh! Amazement echoed around them. Lancelot and Bruto didn't stop. The large and small hammers fell like a water wheel, one after another, relentlessly. My God, what kind of strength is this? Such precise movement! Such perfect muscles! I could stand here all day just to watch him swing that hammer. Incredible, how does this human have such fine craftsmanship? What nonsense are you talking about? He's just swinging a large hammer. The real determinant of the work's quality is that dwarf with the tongs. That guy's beard is still red, I bet he's not even 100 years old. I'm really curious about what kind of work they'll produce. The continuously spilling cold made people unconsciously draw closer together, while Lancelot's immense strength turned the cast blank into a long strip of flattened metal, completely unrecognizable as a sword blank. Bruto put it back into the furnace to reheat and directed Lancelot to work the bellows. Berend finally came to his senses and began loudly shooing people away. What's so interesting to look at here? It's nothing but my newly come-of-age son doing some apprentice work. Get back to your own stations, don't you have your own jobs to do? Chapter 64. Berend himself didn't leave. He watched the roaring flames in the furnace and suddenly said, "You lad, planning to use the method of thousand-layer forging?" Bruto revealed an ambitious smile. With Lance's strength here, it would be a waste not to. Berend gave his son a meaningful look and smiled. He patted Bruto's shoulder, turned around, and walked out, his words of caution floating back from his retreating figure. "Remember to scrape it clean every time you fold it, I'll come over when it's time to quench." Lancelot, curious, watched the conversation between the two dwarves and asked, "What is thousand-layer forging?" Thousand-layer forging is flattening the metal, then folding it, flattening it again, and continuously repeating the process. Bruto controlled the heat to concentrate on a small segment in the middle of the sword blank, quickly heating that part to the required temperature. After clamping it out, he merely tapped it a few times with a small hammer and bent it over. He stuffed the folded sword blank back into the furnace and continued. "One fold is 2 layers, 2 folds are 4 layers, 3 folds are 8 layers. Once you fold it 10 times, you've created over 1,000 layers, which is why this method is called thousand-layer forging. If you feel like it, you can keep folding indefinitely, but beyond a certain number of times, it's not very meaningful. What's the benefit of doing this? Lancelot carefully pulled the bellows, trying not to let the furnace temperature rise too high like the last few times. It greatly improves the performance of the weapon and creates beautiful patterns, shrugged Bruto. Some seasoned blacksmiths can even form specific arcane runes in the pattern, bestowing powerful magic power on the weapon, but of course, I'm not at that level. If this method is so good, why doesn't everyone use this technique? Because it's troublesome, and not everyone has the freakish strength you do, Bruto shrugged. It would take at least a week for my old man to fold it 10 times. We've already been working for 10 days, Lancelot pointed out a harsh reality. That's because cold iron ore is such a pain. A bit too hot, and it turns into ordinary iron. Bruto replied irritably. If you don't chase after repeated usability, you can pour the molten iron into a mold, fold it once or twice and start sharpening. I guess that's what they do everywhere else. After all, they're for those cannon fodder demons, these will be the best weapons they've ever seen, but they're no match for a real treasured sword. So, Tajana is pretty reasonable then, Lancelot said with a smile. She's very clear about what these weapons are for. But it's still too hard for a dwarf to give up the quality of his work and instead chase after quantity. Bruto placed the now white-hot sword blank onto the iron anvil and tapped it lightly twice with a small hammer. You're not a dwarf, you wouldn't understand. Lancelot shook his head and swung his giant hammer down. His strength made the most laborious part of the 1000-layer forging seem rather easy. Before Bruto finally decided to stop folding and use his small hammer to shape the sword blank, they had already folded it over 20 times. As the process progressed, Bruto spent more and more time removing impurities from the surface, and Lancelot found himself with less to do. He watched the dwarf work attentively. Bruto's passion for forging was not less than that of an average dwarf, it was his overly critical father that made him want to escape the workshop. With each hammer strike, the sword blade took its final form. Bruto walked over to the grinding wheel to start working on the sword edge. Is that how a sword is made? Lancelot watched curiously as sparks shot out from in front of the rapidly spinning grinding wheel. It doesn't seem too troublesome. Yes, if I were an orc blacksmith, Bruto gave him an exasperated glance. Next, we need to do the heat treatment. If the hammering just now decided half of the weapon's performance, then heat treatment will decide the other half. Only the most experienced dwarf blacksmiths can get the temperature and timing right for each step, like my old man for instance. While they were talking, Bruto had finished with the edge, and he put it back into the melting furnace. Lancelot moved toward the bellows, but Bruto stopped him. No need, the sword blank is already complete, and it doesn't require too high a temperature. I'll rest here tonight, you go back first, and have my old man come tomorrow morning to help us with the quenching. All right, see you tomorrow morning then. Having returned to Hagrid Manor, Lancelot indulged in a luxurious hot bath with the help of little Isabella, washing away the accumulated dust from the past days. Then he returned to his room, sat down with legs crossed, and began his daily cultivation. The true chi in his body had been greatly depleted over the course of the day, so Lancelot activated the Cauldron Immortal technique, opening countless invisible pores on his body, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Early the next day, Lancelot returned to the small workshop in the blacksmith area. Bruto was sound asleep on a corner bench, yet the fire in the furnace was burning vigorously, looking as if it had been recently refueled. Lancelot quietly sat aside and waited, not rushing to wake his companion. After a while, Bruto yawned awake. First, he checked the furnace, then he realized Lancelot had arrived. Yo, good morning, how was your rest last night? Did a succubus slip into your dreams? I'm feeling very energetic right now. That's good, we're starting our second forging today, but first, we have to finish the last step of our first creation. Bruto stretched and walked out. I'm going to get my old man to come over. Berend quickly strode in, full of energy. The old dwarf had shifted his perspective on his task, treating it as a grand project with the aim of ensuring production while improving quality as much as possible, which invigorated him all over again. First, he checked the quenching trough next to the iron anvil. The bottom was filled with iron ore to keep it cool, and the keen-eyed Lancelot even spotted a few small pieces of cold crystals. Then he inspected the tempering furnace next to it, and he was satisfied with its condition too. After completing these checks, Berend praised Bruto for his preparation, then picked up the tongs and extracted the glowing white-hot sword blank from the furnace. After overnight heating, the sword blank was incandescent, a wave of heat hitting Lancelot, making him wonder if another sword had been ruined by overtraining. However, Berend seemed very pleased with the condition of the sword blank, and without any hesitation, he immediately plunged the searing sword blank into the water trough set aside for quenching. A puff of white smoke rose, but less than Lancelot had expected. It was then he realized that the liquid in the trough was not water, but oil. In less than 5 seconds, Berend removed the sword blank and placed it directly into the tempering furnace. "I have a feeling this will be a good sword," the old dwarf patted Bruto's shoulder. "The tempering temperature for cold iron weapons should be a bit lower than that for ordinary iron, about 30% hotter than boiling water. Just be careful." "Don't worry, Dad." Bruto rubbed his hands excitedly. "Temper for an hour and a half, cool for half an hour, repeat 3 times, right? See, I've got it all memorized." Berend looked at Bruto, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly pulled his son into an embrace. "I think I've been too harsh on you in the past." He ruffled Bruto's disheveled hair. "You're doing much better than many of your peers." With that, he turned and walked out, leaving Bruto standing there, stunned. "You all right?" Lancelot asked. "Of course, I'm fine." Bruto turned around, and Lancelot noticed his eyes were red. He walked over to one side, shoveled up a batch of cold iron ore, and added it to the furnace. "Let's continue, we still have 5 more swords waiting for us to finish." Chapter 65. Over the next 5 days, they completed the remaining swords. Lancelot's work was now done. Polishing, sharpening, and wrapping the hilt could be done by Bruto, and Lancelot wasn't able to assist with those tasks. However, new work quickly came knocking at their door. This time, Berend had invited Lancelot to assist him, which left Lancelot puzzled. The old dwarf soon answered his question. "Don't think that I'll be satisfied with making these disposable pieces of junk." Berend openly expressed his disdain for the products made under his supervision. "I want to create a genuine masterpiece to prove my skills." "But what can I possibly help with?" Lancelot asked, puzzled. "Is it because of my strength?" "Exactly." Berend nodded in confirmation. "I plan to make a whip suitable for a succubus. The braid will be made from the finest cold iron filament. Producing metal filament is a very time-consuming and strenuous process, and braiding them is even more so, hence I need to draw on your strength." Lancelot thought for a moment and agreed. He had originally planned to take advantage of the days Bruto was occupied to go find trouble with the sandworms in the shattered mountain range, but his cultivation had seen impressive progress over these days, clearly relating to his true chi being depleted from forging during the day. He was still a distance away from the later stage great perfection of the chi refinement realm, so it was more important to focus on improving his cultivation level first, and there was no urgency to gather materials for foundation establishment. Moreover, since it was a gift for Tajana, he was naturally willing to be involved. Lancelot once again swung his hammer, and as he repeatedly struck the cold iron raw material, impurities were continuously expelled. But Berend was not so easily satisfied. He repeatedly carried out the process of heating, hammering, and folding until the 3rd day, when he finally allowed Lancelot to stop. The human's next task was to push a stone mill-like disc, stretching the white-hot cold iron raw material into filaments as fine as hairs. Every time he pulled out a length of 9 feet, the disc would automatically cut the thread, and Berend would come over to collect the cold iron filaments. The old dwarf wore thick gloves, but his arm was still accidentally cut open by the filament. The skin of a dwarf is as tough as callus, highlighting the sharpness of these metal strands. Each metal filament was specially heat-treated. After quenching, they were tempered at relatively high temperatures. This process made them less hard than swords, but significantly increased their flexibility, which is the characteristic needed for making a whip. After that, Berend used a device similar to a loom to wrap 7 cold iron filaments into a single metal thread, then wrapped 7 such threads into a slightly thicker metal rope. Finally, he twisted 7 such metal ropes into a whip cord, one in the middle with the rest wrapped around it. To complete this final step, Lancelot used all his true chi to tightly twist the 7 thin cords into one, which, unless closely inspected, did not show that it was actually made of countless finer strands. The final product was about 8 feet long. The whip cord was only slightly stiffer than an ordinary leather rope, the end was tied with a blade made of cold iron, the handle was wrapped with a strip of leather cut from the backside of a shark lizard beast, providing a grip that was both comfortable and slip-resistant. At the top of the handle was set a beautiful mountain crystal, serving as a counterweight and decoration. "It's truly beautiful," Lancelot remarked, unable to help but admire the item he had helped create. The entire whip seemed to glow, but that was actually the reflection of the more than 300 cold iron filaments that made up the whip cord. Although he had never been trained to use a whip, he was certain that with this whip in hand, he could make half the demons in the city cry for their mothers and fathers. "This is definitely the highlight of my career," Berend proudly looked at the whip. "There's just one more step to finish." "What's missing?" Lancelot asked, puzzled, as surely the dwarf couldn't engrave enchantment runes on the soft whip cord, and by now this weapon should be beyond further work. "To the Father God, ancestor of dwarven craftsmanship, soul forger Muradin, I present this item," Berend said solemnly. "Every meticulously crafted piece is a tribute to the Father of Dwarves, proof that we have followed his teachings. Sometimes the Father God even bestows blessings if the work is exquisite enough." "But..." Lancelot couldn't help but notice the irony. "Have you thought of a prayer? O great Father God, look upon this whip made for a succubus. Are you sure the God of Dwarves will bless this weapon instead of becoming so angry that he physically descends upon us?" Berend obviously hadn't considered this. His face slowly turned red and finally, he could only say with difficulty, "She's been rather good to the dwarves, maybe the Father of Dwarves would like to hear that." Lancelot shrugged. He did not worship any deities. In his world, gods were ethereal beings, never revealing themselves. But things were different here. He hadn't even heard of most of the gods in this place, except for Solun, the goddess of the moon, whom the elves of his world worshipped. Each god had their own domain to rule over, clear likes and dislikes, and they would bestow rewards or punishments on their followers, fighting against each other and even walking the earth in person. The power of the gods derived from their mastery over rules, which is the divine office they held. As the races, behaviors, ideologies, or any other aspects associated with their divine office became more prevalent in the world, their divine power would grow. That's why the god of justice couldn't tolerate any evil or injustice, why the god of war fervently promoted warfare, and why the goddess of love would smile upon all loving couples. The power of spiritual cultivators, however, operated on an entirely different system. In the early stages, spiritual cultivators turned themselves into vessels, amassing the power of heaven and earth to enhance their strength. In the middle stage, they would expand their own universe, gaining power as this universe expanded. When a spiritual cultivator's universe reached a certain extent, they would be rejected by the universe they were in and undergo the so-called ascension to leave this universe. Han Tianzun had only existed for a very short time before being rejected and leaving this universe, and having his legacy was an extreme stroke of luck. Over here, Berend was ready to pray to the dwarven god, Moradin. The ritual was very simple, he just had to place the offering on an iron anvil next to a lit forge. Kneeling on one knee, Berend chanted, "Great Father of Dwarves, protector of kindness and order, guardian of the hills and treasure hoards, patron of craftsmen, soul forger Moradin, your child, Baron of the Frostforge clan, son of Dragon Slayer Bruno, I present to you my work, a whip. It is composed of 343 strands of cold iron filament, completed with the help of a human endowed with divine power. It will be given to Tajana, the lord of Twin Bridges town, a demon who has sheltered many dwarves, saving us from a fate of enslavement. The old dwarf's voice grew quieter, clearly burdened by his own guilt. When he finished chanting and nothing happened, he sighed, unsure whether it was regret or relief he felt. Well, at least we are still alive and well, Lancelot sighed in relief and helped Baron to his feet. Just then, Lancelot's spirit perception alarmingly signaled an extremely powerful, utterly terrifying, and completely immeasurable force rushing towards him. In that instant, he understood this was what people meant by divine power. Baron truly was the son of his father, a success in courting death. We're done for. That was the only thought on his mind at the moment. Chapter 66. Fortunately, that power had not come to destroy him. The range of the divine power burst was very small, confined to an area of less than 9 feet centered on Baron. Baron's eyes bulged as he realized that the Father God had just responded to his prayers. The holy light was slowly infusing into the cold iron-made whip, and the iron anvil serving as the base was imbued with a very sacred aura, one that he was very familiar with. It was the presence found only within Moradin's shrine. According to dwarven standards, with a burning furnace and an iron anvil, this place had become an unmistakable dwarf temple, blessed by Moradin himself. At that moment, a flash of white light passed, and the Lord of Twin Bridges town appeared on the scene through teleportation. Tigana was in full battle gear, wearing a set of mithril full-body armor that snugly fit her curvaceous figure. Her right hand held a long sword, her left a light shield, and attached to her belt were a whip, throwing knives, handcuffs, and several vials of potions. She had obviously felt the surge of divine power within her domain and rushed over at the first instance, her eyes scanning for enemies, ready to confront whichever celestial being had dared to trespass. Ah! Lancelot called out to her, Tajana, calm down for a second, I can explain. How are you here? A moment later. So you're telling me, you used cold iron to make a whip for me, and after it was completed, this old dwarven man thought the product was so exceptional that he prayed to the great divine power of order and goodness, the soul forger Moradin, hoping he would bless this gift intended for demons. Lancelot felt Tajana's description was a bit too dramatic, but on second thought, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Ah! Baron said awkwardly, more or less. I hadn't expected the Father God to answer. Congratulations, you succeeded. Tajana said with an ironic smile, it seems the soul forger himself holds quite the opinion of me, turning it completely into a holy weapon to prevent me from using it. If I were to grasp it directly, it might be no different than holding a branding iron, I suppose. No, it's impossible. If the great Father God had not approved, he would have directly destroyed this weapon. Baron quickly objected, then his eyes lit up, right. I previously obtained a design for gauntlets that came from a famous succubus Paladin. With those gloves, you could use this weapon normally. Give me 5 days, no, 3 days. I can make it in 3 days. I've heard of that guy, and I know what you're thinking, Baron. Tajana said coolly, I've never doubted your skill, or that of any dwarven artisan. You don't need to prove anything to me. So what about this whip? Baron looked eagerly at Tajana, his face filled with unwillingness. Just make those gauntlets as soon as possible, Tajana suddenly smiled, grabbing the whip, her face instantly twisted in pain, the hand holding the whip beginning to emit wisps of smoke. A holy weapon, why not? Even if I were to place it in my vault, it would be a perfect collectible. She endured the pain and placed the whip inside a storage bag. Both Lancelot and Baron noticed that her hand had become bloody and mangled, but it was healing rapidly. Make that gauntlet as soon as possible, I can't wait to try it, Tajana said, bringing a smile back to the old dwarf's face. According to dwarven tradition, you have the right to name your creation, and I respect that tradition. Have you thought of a name yet? This is a whip made of cold iron, capable of dealing extra damage to most abyssal creatures, Baron said respectfully. I plan to call it Abyssal Scourge. As you wish, Tajana nodded. Since I have respected your tradition, you must now respect mine. If I'm not mistaken, this iron anvil has turned this place into a sanctuary of Moradin, and you know my attitude towards these self-proclaimed deities, right? The old dwarf's eyes showed deep fear as he exclaimed. No. Absolutely not. You cannot destroy it. Do I need to remind you who is the master here? Tajana's tone showed she was suppressing anger as she spoke in a low voice. There are no temples in Twin Bridges town, not one. Either you do it yourself, or I'll kill you first and then do it myself, stepping over your corpse. Let's all calm down. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more heated, Lancelot quickly intervened to defuse the tension. My lady, could you tell me the reason for your actions? Such behavior is bound to irritate those high and mighty deities, but it seems to have no benefit for you. Do you know what you're saying, human? Tajana glared at Lancelot. Look around you, this is the abyss, have you considered the consequences? From my point of view, having one more temple like this won't make your enemies hate you more, since they already have 10,000 reasons to despise you, Lancelot analyzed patiently. And about your allies, sorry, does Twin Bridges town truly have any? My friend Paladin has told me about this city's grand history. During the most dangerous times for Twin Bridges town, it seems no power has ever reached out to help you except for the city's own citizens, those dwarves who were the first to serve under you. So what? Tajana was still quite irritated, but seemed willing to let Lancelot continue. It means that from the outside, whether or not you destroy this dwarven temple makes no difference to you. Lancelot found his mind racing, and internally, the benefits of keeping this temple are obvious. The vast number of dwarves in Twin Bridges town would have a much more positive opinion of you. They would respect and even revere you, which would make them much less resistant when you make various demands. I don't need their reverence. What I want is their obedience and submission. Tajana said impatiently, I can get all of that through fear alone. What you want is not merely obedience and submission, you want their skills, their products, and even their military strength if necessary. Lancelot was not daunted by Tajana's impatience. Respect and reverence can provide you with these too, and possibly even more. A craftsman who lives in fear will not put his whole heart into his work, he is just trying to save his own life. But this is still too dangerous, it might even attract the attention of the Abyssal Lords, and you know nothing about their power. Here in the Abyss, even the incarnations of deities are mostly no match for the Abyssal Lords. Though Tajana seemed somewhat swayed by his words, she was still not convinced. We could adopt a compromise, Lancelot continued persuasively. Not far from here, the Shattered Mountain Range has countless caves suitable for hiding. You could have the dwarves move this iron anvil there, and proclaim to be unaware of the matter, while Barend will ensure that the dwarves' gratitude towards you is not diminished. All dwarves would be grateful to you, I assure you. Barend quickly joined in, perhaps except for those grey-skinned bald ones. Tajana silently looked at them, saying nothing, and Barend had no choice but to summon his resolve and throw out his last bargaining chip. With the rallying power of Father God's miracle, I'm certain that the production of cold iron weapons can be increased to 1,500, no, at least 2,000 pieces a month. Finally, a smile appeared on the succubus's face. You have half a day to make this iron anvil disappear from Twin Bridges town. Chapter 67. The impact of this iron anvil on the dwarven community of Twin Bridges town greatly exceeded the expectations of Lancelot and Tajana. After Barend and the craftsman committee made the announcement, the entire blacksmith district was in an uproar. The dwarves on duty did not leave their posts, for taking one's work seriously is one of Moradin's most important teachings. though they had tears in their eyes as they swung their hammers. On this day, Moradin's name was praised countless times, and Tajana's name came closely second. Some fervent dwarves had already regarded Twin Bridges town as a final opportunity bestowed by the deities, and the appearance of this anvil further convinced them that Tajana was the one chosen by Moradin to save them. 7 of the strongest dwarf warriors proudly stepped forward, taking on the responsibility of guarding this holy relic, just like the 7 platinum guards of legend under Moradin's command. They would venture to the shattered mountain range in search of a place neither too close nor too far to establish a temple for Moradin. Although dwarves can be stubborn, they are not inflexible. They fully understood and were grateful for the succubus lord's decision. If possible, they would express their respect to the father of dwarves with the most magnificent architecture, but they also knew it was essential to keep a low profile to avoid attracting unnecessary enemies to the temple and Twin Bridges town. On the surface, the disruption this event caused quickly settled down. The demon residents and blood war mercenaries of Twin Bridges town merely heard that the god of the dwarves had performed a miracle in the craftsman's district, and they were indifferent. This is the abyss. Even if the deity themselves descended in person, they would be overwhelmed by the countless demons. However, the craftsman's district was far from as calm as it appeared. The dwarves felt the gaze of the Creator upon them once more, and now they worked with fervor, just as Moradin had taught them. Production in the craftsman's district had seen a significant increase in those days, with more and more blacksmiths joining the ranks to manufacture cold iron weapons. Lancelot and Baron secretly breathed a sigh of relief, believing that these positive signs would please Tajana. Baron quickly finished the gauntlet, which was made of mithril and very light, able to prevent damage to the bearer from the holy weapon. According to his observation when he delivered it, Tajana's mood seemed to be very good lately. Another item delivered along with it was a leather cover, which, when put on the abyssal lash, made the weapon look like an ordinary heavy whip. This meant that they could catch the enemy by surprise at a critical moment in battle. Needless to say, Tajana was very fond of this design. In the following days, Baron completed the great sword that Lancelot had requested, with Lancelot himself also contributing. At Lancelot's direct request, the great sword was over 7 feet long, with the grip itself exceeding 2 feet. The blade was single-edged on one side, with only the tip of the other side sharpened, making it more like a massive longsword. The blade was half a foot wide at its broadest point, and 1 inch at its thickest. At a staggering weight of 50 pounds, an ordinary warrior would struggle even to swing it, let alone fight with it. But Lancelot was quite satisfied with it. The weapon's design and power matched the dream of the little knight inside his heart. The little knight had been badly beaten by the little cultivator recently, and Lancelot decided to soothe his little knight with such a great sword. The great sword always emanated the characteristic chill of cold iron, and Baron gave it a very fitting name, Glacier. Due to Glacier's exaggerated size, carrying it on his back would be extremely inconvenient, so Lancelot had to store it in his dimensional bag. However, the next time he encountered a beast with a sizable form like the shark lizard, Lancelot looked forward to putting his new toy to use. The final days of the month passed unremarkably. Lancelot focused on his cultivation, tirelessly working to improve his own prowess while diligently practicing several techniques said to be very practical for the chi refinement realm, detailed in the small bamboo slip chi concealing technique, turtle breathing technique, and shadowless step. Lancelot guessed that the world of spiritual cultivation was no safer than the abyss, and the primary task for cultivators in the chi refinement realm was to survive. Paladin locked himself in his room, engrossed in academic research. His recent adventuring experiences had significantly improved his spell-casting abilities, and he could now barely cast a third circle spell. In the scholar's own words, this meant that he would no longer simply be a spectator in battles. He could cast powerful offensive magic such as the fireball technique, or very useful support spells like haste spell and flight spell. Bruto spent most of his time helping his father, occasionally asking for Lancelot's guidance. Lancelot had to admit that Bruto was the fastest learner he had seen, although the dwarf warrior fought more like a barbarian than a warrior. Instead of forcefully changing this tendency, Lancelot patiently served as Bruto's sparring partner, helping him learn to make better use of his instincts and rage in combat. Their collaborative work, 6 cold iron longswords, were now stuck in the bare garden of Hagrid Manor, surrounded by the enchantment array set up by Paladin. The Patriot enchantment was completed through ritual magic, which was relatively easy. The final step of the ritual was to stick the weapons to be enchanted into the ground. 7 days later, the enchantment would be complete, and within 100 miles radius from the insertion point as the center, the enchantment would take effect. In this area, the weapons would possess magical power, becoming sharper and more precise. Under the inspiration of Moradin's divine axe, the craftsman under Berend easily met the production targets set by Tajana. The old dwarf naturally remembered the promise he had made to the succubus lord, so he did not relax at all and immediately began the next batch of production without stopping. As the day drew closer for the clients of Twin Bridges town to arrive, the low-ranked demons of the town grew restless. Lancelot learned from Dink that whenever these representatives from different forces congregated, Twin Bridges town would hold a grand gladiatorial event, featuring participants such as prime demons, coward devils, and Quasimodo demons. The rules were simple. These low-ranked demons would engage in a battle royale in the arena, with the last one standing being the sole victor. For the demons gathered here to compete for the craftspeople's output for the next 3 months, this was an insanely entertaining event. They would capture a large number of low-ranked demons on their way here and place heavy bets on their slaves. But not all participants were forced. There were always some mad souls who believed they could rise to great heights and shed their weak bodies in one fell swoop. This notion was not unfounded. Those souls who were most evil and cunning in life, upon arriving in the abyss and becoming low-ranked demons, still retained fragments of their mortal memories. After figuring out the game's rules in the abyss, they would do whatever it took to ascend to higher-ranked demons, usually by scheming and betraying, to slaughter their kind en masse. However, the ascension process for demons was so excruciating that it could cause a soul to completely forget everything about itself, which was unacceptable for those demons that still held on to memories of their former lives. This is why some demons volunteered to participate in these grand battles. It's a precious opportunity to bypass several ranks and directly promote to mid-level demon status. Lancelot even specifically asked Dink if he was interested in participating, but the Quasimodo demon expressed great reluctance, stating that if the master insisted, it wasn't impossible, but he felt he could serve his master better as is. Thus, Lancelot did not persist. Finally, the day arrived for the clients of Twin Bridges town to visit. Except for young Isabella, who could only stay at home and sleep in annoyance, everyone else got up early to go out and join the spectacle. Chapter 68. Under the effect of magic, the small square with the statue of Tajana expanded more than 100 times in size, while the ground sank down step by step, forming an arena-like structure. Many demons had already arrived early, seizing the innermost and frontmost positions, ready to thoroughly enjoy the spectacle of slaughter. Lancelot and his companions had no intention to squeeze into such inner spots. They sat down on the edge of the depression, near a group of dwarven artisans, observing the audience that had already gathered. The most common sight was the berserk demon, a human-shaped toad known for its simple mind and rare loyalty to its superiors among demons. If the cannon fodder is not counted, they were the most common in the armies of the demon lords. Next were a type of lean demons with the heads of goats and the tails of long snakes protruding from their behinds. Lancelot often saw these demons, formerly known as Brezua demons, but Bruto preferred to call them goat-headed demons. These demons, wielding huge tridents, were skilled martial artists. However, they were mostly solitary creatures unless they were on a mission. Then there were the muscular human-shaped demons with 2 pairs of arms known to Lancelot as arrow demons. They made up the archers of the demon armies. This rare type of demon understood teamwork, making them incredibly dangerous on the battlefield of the abyss. Besides those sitting in the stands, the high points of the venue were also filled with these demons. The above 3 types constituted the main forces of Tigana's army. To Lancelot's regret, there was no cavalry. This might be related to the traditional defensive stance of the Twin Bridges town's army. The rest of the audience consisted of civilians from Twin Bridges town, most numerous being the Devilspawn and their descendants. They worked in the town's shops, bars, and inns, striving to survive in this society that did not ostracize them. There was also a considerable number of succubi mingling in the crowd, flirting with all sorts of strangely shaped creatures. Although they were the product of mortal desires, their definition of male charm did not adhere to mortal aesthetics. Additionally, there were many blood-war mercenaries like Lancelot. This crazy group of adventurers feared neither heaven nor earth, and for wealth and treasure, they actively, mostly of their own accord, came to the abyss, ready to face any challenge, for the right price. The rest of the demons were mostly unnameable by Lancelot due to their bizarre appearances. However, their appearances did show some humanoid traits. According to Paladin, these were all members of the Tanali demon race, created from the souls of fallen mortals in the abyss. In the wilderness, Lancelot had encountered some highly deformed native demons of the abyss. Some resembled giant mouths with 7 or 8 legs, others were fleshy orbs covered in mouths and eyes, and still others were immense heads floating just above the ground, a mere glance of which made Lancelot feel his sanity was being tainted. Fortunately, these demons didn't get along with the Tanali, leaving no trace of their kind in Twin Bridges town. To some extent, the creatures reflect the state of their creator. If the abysses will proclaimed by the black cult truly existed, then its madness and chaos might taint even the deities, perhaps explaining why the true gods almost never showed themselves in the abyss. On one side of the large pit, near the castle, there was a dais like a VIP section, where Tajana sat restlessly, surrounded by her personal guard, 4 6-armed serpent demons and 12 succubus maids. Lancelot recognized Sonam, the receptionist from the mercenary hall, among them. Tajana also spotted Lancelot and instructed something to one of the succubus maids beside her, who then flew toward Lancelot and her companions. "Good morning, Sir Lancelot," said Letitia, the succubus who usually handled transactions in the mercenary service area. Lancelot occasionally visited there and had interacted with her a few times. "Good morning, Miss Letitia," greeted Lancelot politely. "Does Madame Tigana have any instructions for us?" "She came to ask whether the weapons you were preparing for Sonam are ready," replied Letitia. "Everything is right here." Lancelot patted the storage bag at his waist. "Does she need it now?" "No need for now, but may I have a look first?" "Of course." Lancelot untied the opening of the storage bag and took out 6 swords one after another. Letitia, who had worked for many years in the mercenary service area, had a discerning eye. She instantly recognized the superior quality of these weapons. After a brief inspection, she handed the weapons back to Lancelot, then turned her head and nodded towards Tajana. "These are excellent works." The succubus smiled at Lancelot. "Later, you might need to showcase the cold iron weapons to those demons." "No problem, right?" Why me?" Lancelot asked in surprise. "The dwarven artisans who actually made them would obviously be more appropriate." "Lady Tajana does not want those who made them to be exposed to those fellows," Letitia explained, "but I guess the real reason is that she wants you to be seen, to keep a certain annoying suitor from bothering her." "Wow!" Paladin and Bruto exclaimed in unison, each placing a hand on Lancelot's shoulder and giving it a shake. "I see." Lancelot felt his face grow warm. "I am honored." "Don't get ahead of yourself," Letitia said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. "Lady Tajana always finds a male creature for this job, don't get the wrong idea." "Serving a lady is an important part of the knightly spirit," Lancelot said earnestly. "This suitor, what's his deal?" "You really don't know?" Letitia looked at him in surprise. "Are you familiar with the power dynamics around Twin Bridges town?" "I know a bit." Paladin raised his hand to answer. "To the south is the Shattered Mountain Range, which currently has no dominant power. To the west, there is a region belonging to the Barlow Flame Demon, who claims to be the Destruction Flame. To the east was Punisher Whisk, a lord of the serpent demon. To the north, there's another neutral town called Oasis Fort, with a leader known as Seducer Molo, a male succubus. Wait, could it be this Molo? Your information is out of date. Whisk was murdered by its pet and lover last month, its territory and forces have been split, and now there are two opposing forces to the east, Destruction Horn Goel, a giant bull demon, and Spider Lady Ilmaris, an Arachne elf. Letitia glanced at Paladin, but you guessed right, it is that self-important, annoying worm Molo. If it wasn't for the caravans that pass through that area to Twin Bridges town, Oasis Fort would have no chance of thriving, and Molo would be nothing but a sad gigolo under Mikan Shut. The seducer Molo is backed by the queen of the succubus. Paladin's face was filled with shock. Who is Mikan Shut? Lancelot asked with surprise. He was not familiar with the name, but the title of Queen of the Succubus was no trifling matter. Add latest chapters at Freeognovlo only. She's one of the earliest born succubi. After defeating all the original succubi like her, she received the title of Queen of the Succubus and currently rules the 570th layer of the Abyss, Shendiravir. Paladin explained to Lancelot. She's also the current lover of the strongest devil, known as the demon prince Dimagorgon. And Dimagorgon's former lover, also one of the original succubi, Sami Amor, fell out of favor due to Mikan Shut's instigation. For some reason, Lady Tajana doesn't get along with this self-proclaimed queen of the succubus, but I'm not clear on the specifics either. Letitia shrugged, suddenly pointing, look over there, guests from Twin Bridges town have arrived, I should get back. Goodbye, sir. The succubus flashed a charming smile, flapped her wings, and flew away. Chapter 69. Lancelot turned his head to look in the direction Letitia had pointed, his gaze not lingering on the succubus's retreating figure. The approaching line of demons gave him an unusual feeling, and Lancelot quickly realized the problem. The group was quite orderly, its members all silent and serious, reminding him of seasoned soldiers, amongst whom he once counted himself. The most eye-catching among the group were 6 demons enveloped in flames. Lancelot knew they were fire-burn demons, creatures that had failed in their attempts to advance to the rank of flame demon. Their bodies were like emaciated humans, with ragged wings sprouting from their backs. Except for the parts near the spine, the wings were all bone. Without the power of magic, such wings would likely be incapable of flight. Following them were dozens of centaur-like demons, known as iron cavalry demons. These demons had a pair of huge, pointed horns on their heads and well-developed muscles. They wore a complex set of full-body heavy armor, covered with spikes suited for ramming, and they held aloft lances with flags bearing the emblem of a volcano. They were the cavalry troops among the demons, whose longbows and flails on their backs indicated they were versatile on the battlefield. However, Lancelot knew that their lances posed the greatest threat. The collective charge of such demons would be one of the most destructive forces in the abyss. Next was a large group of prime demons and coward devils, led by ropes and iron chains. These pitiful creatures were undoubtedly the gladiators about to enter the arena. They had clearly suffered considerable torment and abuse on their journey, and Lancelot wondered if they could survive the first round of combat. But the leader at the forefront had an air that seemed out of place with the rest of the troop. He appeared to be a human with dark skin and handsome features, though the small horns on his head and the goat-like hooves betrayed his demonic nature. He was dressed in somewhat ostentatious formal attire, with a noble's rapier tied at his waist, and rode a majestic nightmare steed with fiery hooves. However, his scanning eyes revealed his nervousness. Lancelot noticed that the hand he used to grasp the reins seemed to have 6 fingers. "Is that guy with the 6 fingers a male succubus?" Lancelot asked Paladin, his tone containing a relaxedness he didn't realize himself. "A male succubus? Definitely not, it must be an emissary from Destruction Flame Vesuvius. The Barlow Flame Demon particularly likes to send these failed Flame Demon wannabes," Paladin replied subconsciously, then his expression changed suddenly. "What did you say, the guy walking up front has 6 fingers?" "Yes, What's the issue? Lancelot asked, puzzled. Considering the myriad appearances of demons, having an extra finger hardly counted as a noteworthy demonic trait. You really should brush up on your knowledge of the Abyssal Lords to avoid inviting trouble. You shouldn't, Paladin said with an expression of resignation. The 6 fingers are a trait of Lord Wuangrazd, and many of his offspring inherit this feature. Lord Wuan is one of the 3 titanic demons, ruling over 3 contiguous planes of the abyss. The 3 titanic demons. Lancelot found the title intriguing. One of them is Demon Prince Dimogorgon, right? Who's the other one? The Undying Overlord Okuz, a legendary demon who clawed his way up from an abyssal worm to his current position. Paladin spoke these names in a whisper as if speaking them louder would invoke something unwanted. There are many other abyssal lords not as well known, but their power is comparable to the Titanic 3, akin to that of the gods, not to mention the home advantage they have in the abyss. I'll fill you in on the details when we have time. Our black cult specifically studies these topics. At that moment, Tigana seemed to notice the peculiarity of the newcomers too. She flapped her wings, soaring into the sky, and called out loudly. Is the arrivant Prince Kylan? Your beauty is precisely as the rumors describe, esteemed ruler of Twin Bridges town. The dark-skinned demon bowed in greeting to Tigana. The front lines are intense, and my father has sent me to oversee the battle at Volcano Fortress. Welcome to Twin Bridges town. You are the first to arrive, please come this way, Tigana stated as she returned to her throne, and 2 succubus maids came forward to lead the way for Kylan's troop, though they seemed more interested in Kylan himself. It seems the rumors are true, Destruction Flame Visovius is indeed a legion commander under Lord Wuan. Paladin took out his notebook again, scribbling down his observations. It has always seemed uninterested in expanding its territories, focusing instead on the blood war with the demons. There has been much speculation within the cult about this abnormal behavior. The battlefield of the blood war is so close to Twin Bridges town. Lancelot was somewhat surprised, listening to what Prince Kylan said. The situation at Volcano Fortress is tense. If they are defeated, what will be the fate of a neutral town like Twin Bridges town? Whether Twin Bridges town can maintain its neutral status depends on Tigana, if she can satisfy the big shots from the demon side. Paladin shrugged, but most of us mortals probably won't end up well, of which I'm quite certain. Fortunately, Destruction Flame is one of the most battle-hardened generals on the demon side, and with Lord Wuan standing behind him, breaking through his defense lines won't be so simple. Tigana is in such a hurry to have Dad and the others make cold iron weapons, mostly likely it's to sell to Destruction Flame, Bruto realized. Just then, 2 other groups of people came from 2 different directions. One group was primarily composed of minotaurs, led by a bull demon towering over 20 feet tall, resembling a small tower. Its skin was the dark brown of a water buffalo, and its massive horns bent forward from its head. It was clad only in the remnants of what might once have been a cape around its waist. Following it were a group of minotaurs over 7 feet tall, carrying simple flails, their hooves deep red as if they had just traversed a swamp filled with fresh blood, hence, they were called bloodhoof demons. The other group was made up of various types of spiders. These creatures over 10 feet in length invoked a visceral disgust in everyone, and their leader was particularly memorable. Her lower half was that of a spider with a massive abdomen and 8 sharp legs, while her upper body was that of a beautiful woman with dark skin and white hair. Lancelot knew this creature was the notorious Arachne elf, a creation of the fallen dark elf deity Spider Queen Rose, who transformed those dark elves that angered her in this manner, to showcase her divine power and warn against defying her will. On this occasion, Tigana did not rise to greet them, instead, a 6-armed serpent demon stepped forward and rebuked them. Strangers, state your names. I am Cavalan, representing Madame Webilmaris, and I extend greetings to Madame Tigana of Twin Bridges town. The Arachne elf spoke first, voice filled with grace and head bowed in a respectful gesture. Pommy represents Destruction Horn Goel. The bull demon shouted roughly, Tigana. Don't listen to the spider's lies. They're worth nothing. You stupid bull, a fool whose head is full of rocks, what do you know of the value of gemstones? Ah! You dare call me stupid? I'll kill you! Explore stories on Empire. The bull demon Pommy let out a roar of rage, charging headlong towards the Arachne elf Cavalan with lowered head. The opponent was just as unrestrained, drawing her long sword in readiness for battle, and their followers also drew weapons, ready to dive into the fray. Enough! A furious shout came, and the six-armed serpent demon made her move. 3 of her arms, each wielding a sword, pressed against the bull demon's horns and forehead, while the other 3 swords barred the Arachne elf's long sword and throat. See that big pit over there? If you want to fight, we provide the venue, she said. Chapter 70. The bull demon and the spider's team ultimately did not lay hands on each other. They led their captured prime demons and coward devils separately, occupying a corner of the high platform and glaring angrily at each other. Tigana did not stand up throughout, possibly due to her dissatisfaction with their impoliteness or her disdain for their masters. Letitia mentioned that the demon lord named Whisk was killed by his pet and lover. Lancelot asked Paladin, "These 2 groups don't look like representatives of pets or lovers, do they?" "Don't try to guess the tastes of the demons with a mortal's thinking," Paladin rolled her eyes. "The pet definitely refers to that giant bull demon, also known as Destruction Horns. It's a creature which can grow over 50 feet tall and is quite popular among the demon lords, appearing in sieges as catapults and battering rams. Then the lover must be the web madam." Lancelot nodded, "That at least makes more sense, at least their upper half is still humanoid." "You're still too narrow-minded," Paladin shook her head. "Demons' practices in that regard far exceed your imagination. That unfortunate Whisk might have loved her spider-like lower half." Lancelot and Bruto opened their mouths but eventually did not continue this distasteful topic. At that moment, a smug, nauseating voice was heard. "Oh my, it seems I've arrived late, can't help it, Twin Bridges town is really hard to find." Lancelot looked in the direction of the voice and saw a bunch of berserk demons walking over haphazardly. These ugly toads were each dressed in silver chainmail and wielding golden weapons, a strong nouveau-riche aura hitting everyone face on. These berserk demons were carrying a luxurious soft bed with a nearly naked male succubus sitting on top, flanked by 2 succubus maids. The attire of this male succubus lord was very strange, with only a few metal sequined leather belts wrapped around his body and a collar around his neck reminiscent of one used for fierce dogs, from which long spikes protruded. Lancelot couldn't help but intently examine this individual who harbored inappropriate thoughts toward Tigana. As a male succubus, his physique was impeccable, and his extremely handsome face bore a wicked charm, making him nearly irresistible to mortal women. Of course, for Lancelot and Bruto, this face involuntarily conjured fantasies of what that self-satisfied smile would look like after a punch. "Lord of Oasis Fort, Great Molo has arrived!" shouted a berserk demon, clad in a silk robe, who was walking at the front, and he was met with a huge round of booing. "Isn't he the seducer? How can he still change his nickname? Hey Molo! When are you going to perform that forever memorable act of using your tail to pleasure yourself again? Your minion's clothes are quite nice. Where should I cut to peel it completely off your corpse? Molo, are you still offering a buy one get one free service? I still have your coupon here, your round buttocks are just irresistible, use it before it expires." A fierce glint flashed in the male succubus's eyes as he completely ignored these jeers and strode up to the high platform, making an exaggerated bow to Tigana as he spoke. "Oh, my goddess of love and beauty, your most enthusiastic, most sincere, and most humble suitor Molo has come to see you again. In the days I can't see you, I fantasize every day about how wonderful it would be to spend a night with you. How much longer must you make me wait? My heart is withering away due to the prolonged wait." "That was the worst love talk I've ever heard," Bruto complained to Lancelot. Even a stone would grow legs to flee far away after hearing it. Considering his nickname as the seducer, there must be quite a few who fall for his tricks." Lancelot shrugged. "Paladin, do you know anything about this guy? Discover more content at Empire. He has no small number of exploits, and his name is also known in the prime material plane," Paladin said strangely. "However, his nickname is neither the Great nor the Seducer. What is he famous for then?" Bruto asked curiously. "Could it be that all succubi actually prefer males?" "Necrophiliac molo," Paladin spread her hands. "He specifically targets rich noble widows, appearing when they are on their last breath, letting these old ladies burn out their last spark of life, and then taking their souls and wealth to the abyss. No one knows how long he has been doing this, until the affairs of a family disputing the inheritance made the condition of the bodies leak out." "Sounds like some fantastic end-of-life care," Bruto raised his eyebrows, "if it didn't cost a soul. Why are the fiends so obsessed with the souls of mortals?" Lancelot asked curiously, "Besides using them to create new cannon fodder, are there any other uses?" "Because the soul itself also possesses great power, the study of souls has become one of the biggest taboos in the multiverse," Paladin said with a serious face. "The fiends from the lower planes have methods to extract energy directly from souls, and this process, as you can imagine, is filled with terrible torment. Demons rely entirely on the energy extracted from souls to sustain their existence, and they are happy to use this energy to create a large amount of cannon fodder or various powerful magical artifacts. Then, where do those good souls go after they die? Naturally, to the realms of the deities, who created mortals, but only their bodies. The souls, however, are born directly from the cosmos, just like the deities themselves," Paladin said, his volume almost a whisper. "After living lives that are either splendid or mundane, long or short, their souls, whether ordinary or strong, will go to the realm of the deity they believe in, become a petitioner, and eventually merge with their deity, becoming part of the deity. In that case, why do most demons who go to the mortal realm love to wreak havoc? Why not focus on secretly fostering corruption like the demons? On the surface, the faith collapses more easily in areas destroyed by demons. Once they reject the power of order, they easily embark on a chaotic and evil path, thus, their souls are destined for the abyss after death. But do you remember what I previously said about the will of the abyss? I remember, you mentioned that the universe was originally pure chaos, and the deities extracted good and beautiful things from this chaos, leaving what remained to form the abyss. Exactly. The will of the abyss seeks to return the universe to its original state. Paladin spoke with extreme caution, as if a terrible mishap could silence him at any moment. The power of demons comes from the abyss, which itself is dedicated to destroying order. I personally favor the theory that this is also a way for the abyss to compete with the deities for power, as both are amassing strength for the day they can ultimately annihilate each other. What is the deities' stance on this? The abyss is an existence higher than the deities, and there is not much the deities can do about it. However, they establish churches in the mortal realm, vigorously spread faith, encourage acts of goodness, and try their best to thwart the conspiracies of demons and devils. Sometimes, they even descend themselves to intervene. Paladin shrugged, but if mortals truly choose the path of corruption and don't repent and receive forgiveness from a deity before dying, then no one can save their soul. The deities detest those mortals who embark on an evil path and are indifferent to the screams in hell and the abyss. It's hard to believe, Lancelot shook his head, knowing that such a terrible punishment awaits after death. Why do some still willingly take the path of corruption? The deities are very curious about this too, Paladin said with a sinister smile. In fact, the devils were originally angels tasked with battling demons. They became tainted from their constant battles with demons, disliked by the deities but still depended on to fight demons. Thus, the deities agreed to the proposal of Asmodeus, ruler of the 9 hells, allowing them to punish the fallen souls and derive power from it to maintain their own independent existence. This agreement is known as the Prime Covenant, which led those angels who fought demons to leave the realm of the deities and eventually led to the creation of Barto Hell and the devils. My God, Bruto groaned, what a terrible agreement! The deities underestimated Asmodeus's ambition, which led to the current situation. I guess they also had no choice, since the soul possesses free will. Lancelot spoke up. Under the premise of free will, one must rely on punishment and reward to establish order. Only under the premise of free will do nobility and virtue make sense. Lancelot's words plunged Colin and Bruto into deep thought, and for a moment, there was silence among them. But on the high platform, the male succubus, Molo, was delivering his lofty speech. Tajana, I really feel sorry for you. You have so many dwarves, just put iron chains on them, and assign some berserk demons to whip them harshly when they slack off, and I guarantee your monthly output of that scrap metal will multiply. Come see my oasis fort to learn the proper way to treat these dwarf slaves. The tempter boasted, leaning back on his soft bed, tilting his head to receive some kind of bright red snack handed over by a succubus maid. This is my town, I govern it however I like, Tajana said disdainfully. As for what you do in your slave pen, I couldn't care less, but since you think I only produce some scrap, you can leave right now. I believe Prince Kylan would be happy to take your share. What Kylan? Why call him Prince? Molo seemed puzzled. My father assigned me to command the Destruction Flame Legion, the young man with 6 fingers spoke blandly. What? You actually are? I mean, are you really a prince, from Lord Wuan? Molo exclaimed, his expression suddenly darkened, and he fell silent. Tajana glanced at him, and seeing the annoying man finally shut up, she clapped her hands. Let's start the gladiatorial match, the audience is getting impatient. Chapter 71. Wait, we haven't placed our bets yet, the annoying voice of the male succubus rang out again. I even collected a special soul in advance for this. The winner has the right to bid first, just like before, right? Asked the Arachne elf named Cavalan. How boring that would be. Molo looked at the Arachne elf askance. Why don't we make it interesting? The loser also gives up their corresponding share, how about that? That's a big gamble. I'm afraid someone can't afford to play. Cavalan implied, glancing at the Minotaur on the other side. Why is the spider looking at Pommy? Does the spider think Pommy can't afford to play? The Minotaur bellowed. As long as you dare, Pommy will keep you company to the end. Then it's settled. Molo turned to the dark-skinned offspring of Grazd. Great Prince Kylan, won't you join us for some fun? Firstly, I'm just an unremarkable one among my father's many offspring, lucky enough to be remembered by him, and don't deserve to be called great. Kylan glanced at the male succubus, then turned his head towards the Lord of Twin Bridges town. Lady Tigana, our past cooperation has been very smooth, and I come with the same sincerity this time. You must also be aware of what it would mean for your Twin Bridges town if the volcano fortress were to fall. You will definitely be satisfied with today's harvest. Tigana nodded, then raised her hands and clapped them together. This was a pre-arranged signal. The dwarven artisans by Lancelot's side began to pull out various weapons from their backpacks and threw them into the arena. A rain of metal gleaming with cold light descended, and the ground of the arena was instantly filled with a dense forest of weapons, as a chilling atmosphere immediately arose. The sharp-eyed Lancelot spotted the distinct cold reflection unique to cold iron weapons. This was a tradition of the Twin Bridges town gladiatorial tournament. The gladiators would use these weapons to kill each other, making the fighting more bloody and exciting, while it also served as a clever marketing ploy to help indecisive potential buyers make up their minds. Roar! Tajana! 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 Urgent cheers erupted around the arena as the audience chanted the name of Tajana. For visitors unfamiliar with the situation, they would be shocked to discover that the soldiers and residents of Twin Bridges town had an extraordinary fervor for their lady. A flurry of intense spiritual light flashed by, and Tigana activated a large-scale transportation using the defensive formation of Twin Bridges town, suddenly causing the prime demons and coward devils captured by various factions to appear in the arena. Also, dozens of low-rank demons jumped in from the spectator stands, volunteer enthusiasts for this deadly game. Most contestants were at a loss due to the sudden change in the environment, and the thousands of mouths roaring at them left them standing frozen in place. But a few quick-witted ones immediately sprang into action. The first to make a move was a prime demon, one of the lowest level of demons, with a bloated and corrupted body only 3 feet tall but with sharp claws at the tips of its hands. It suddenly leaped onto the back of a coward devil, plunging its claws deeply into the back of the devil's head. The coward devil didn't even have time to cry out before it collapsed. Carnage ignited the entire arena in an instant, and the demons who had reacted to the chaos clawed at one another, engaging in a vicious melee. It was a complete free-for-all, with the prime demons being souls that had recently descended into the abyss, still retaining relatively clear memories from their mortal lives. Therefore, they fought with more resolve, decisiveness, and ferocity than the coward devils. However, the coward devils were physically stronger and had sharper teeth. Relying on their physical advantage, many of them gained the upper hand during the struggle. Initially, nobody thought to use weapons. They relied on their claws and teeth, fighting each other in a primeval and savage farce. Eventually, someone being choked and pinned down by a coward devil groped about and touched something hard, activating a fragment of their memory. The prime demon suddenly gripped the hilt of the dagger and plunged it into the throat of the coward devil, pinning him down. With a twist of his wrist, he hooked out the coward devil's windpipe, spraying blood all over his face. Along with the blood that splattered across his face came a strange energy. It was as if the prime demon had understood something, and he shoved the body off himself, brandishing his weapon towards the next enemy. More and more gladiators picked up the weapons scattered on the ground, be they prime demons or coward devils, most retained some human memories. In these life or death moments, memories of how to use various tools of murder awakened in these fallen souls. Weapons were far more efficient at inflicting damage than fangs and claws, turning the battle into an even bloodier spectacle. Limbs and blood occasionally flew by, prompting screams from the audience. But Lancelot noticed that, seemingly subconsciously, not a single demon picked up a cold iron weapon. The first prime demon to fight was now struggling with a hand axe, yet he displayed skilled combat tactics. As a coward devil armed with a long sword lunged at him, the prime demon awkwardly shifted his bulky body to dodge while slyly leaving a foot behind to trip the oncoming coward devil. He then pounced on the fallen foe, severing the coward devil's head with his axe. Good. On the high platform, the male succubus lord of Oasis Fort shouted his approval. The prime demon, emanating the magic aura of Oasis Fort, was one of Molo's sent-out fighters. This one, Lit, was a serial killer in his previous life. Look at his cunning tactics. Molo announced proudly, like a rich second generation showing off a new toy. Such a cruel fellow he was. Never left a single survivor during his robberies, not even the mute babies. I didn't even have to guide him at all, I just lent him a bit of power. Just then, the prime demon who had just performed the decapitation suddenly stood still as if paralyzed by something. Molo was initially taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. So soon. Before their eyes, the prime demon's body seemed to boil over as energy burst from somewhere within, tearing through flesh. Pain flickered in its eyes, and the next second, even its eyeballs burst. A bewildered prime demon attempted to take advantage of the chaos, but as soon as it got too close, its flesh appeared to dematerialize and was sucked towards that writhing mass of flesh, merging into one with it. This spectacle caused the other demons to keep their distance from the strange clump. For demons, there is no such thing as dying from a surge of power. This indicated that the prime demon had accumulated enough energy but lacked the technique to suppress it, hence it evolved right there on the battlefield. Chapter 72. The promotion process was quick, lasting only about 10 seconds before it ended. From that writhing mass of flesh, a coward devil was born, its eyes full of confusion, and the soul-twisting pain it had just endured caused it to forget some things. But its fighting instinct was still intact. Faced with an incoming longsword, the newborn coward devil instinctively ducked down, grabbed the axe on the ground, and delivered an upper slash, embedding the axe blade accurately into the throat of the attacker. Ha ha ha! What a beautiful strike! Molo laughed proudly. The Arachne elf and Minotaur at his side, however, turned an ashen hue, as if they had already resigned themselves to the likelihood of losing the bet. It seemed that the male succubus's move had truly taken them by surprise. Witnessing the smug look on the male succubus high on the platform, Lancelot felt a surge of annoyance. Why would Tigana tolerate this annoying creature? Was there something in Twin Bridges town that made her susceptible to others' control? Or was it that Tigana was trying to avoid conflict with the queen of the succubus? Meanwhile, the slaughter in the arena had reached a fever pitch. In this free-for-all of low-rank demons, participants were dying continuously. The losers burst into stinking gases or turned into acidic clouds, but these were immediately dispersed by magically generated gusts of wind, allowing the audience to enjoy every angle of the bloody spectacle without dead angles. There were over 100 low-rank demons thrown into the arena, including prime demons and coward devils, as well as a few Quasimodo demons. These cunning creatures didn't opt for a head-on clash but instead used their ability to turn invisible at the first opportunity, hiding away until the moment was right to leap out from invisibility and deliver a finishing blow to a gravely wounded enemy, reaping the benefits like a fisherman watching for his catch. Nevertheless, these crafty little demons were quickly eradicated. Quasimodo demons had an extremely vulnerable constitution, and even the lowest-level prime demons could easily tear these ashy grey little creatures in half. Their patience wasn't as good as they thought. Amidst the chaos, an invisible figure quietly slipped into the arena, unnoticed by all. As time passed, most of the prime demons had died, and a few particularly ferocious ones had completed their promotion. These coward devils, evolved from prime demons, were more proficient with weapons, and their combat strength was clearly a whole order of magnitude higher than their brethren. More importantly, they possessed a higher evil talent. Not only did they exhibit various cunning moves in combat, but they also tacitly avoided each other, choosing instead to pick on weaker prey. The number of surviving demons in the arena sharply decreased, and before long, only about a dozen coward devils remained. At that moment, the flesh on the surface of one of the coward devils began to churn, signaling another instance of demonic promotion in the arena. Ha 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 ha! It's my lovely killer again! I knew I was right about it. Molo laughed triumphantly, confident that he had this match in the bag. The brutality of the coward devil promotion was even more intense than that of the prime demon. The suddenly enlarging bones tore through the skin and muscle, flesh first melted, then wriggled and reassembled, the skull was cracked by swelling brain tissue only to heal swiftly and repeat the process. The coward devil let out a horrific scream, such a piercing sound that the mortals in the audience felt as if they were subjected to the same agony, while it drew hearty laughter from the demons. This was the greatest characteristic of evil creatures, the pain of others brought them pleasure. The promotion finally ended. The newly evolved demon stood over 6 feet tall, slightly taller than an average human male, with an ugly face featuring a gaping mouth big enough to swallow a whole head, arms as thick as buckets, and a body of well-developed muscles like some human-shaped beast. But what drew the most attention was its abdomen, where a smaller pair of arms, similar to those of a coward devil, protruded. Sharp bones extended directly from the tips of the hands, forming a pair of bone claws. It almost immediately demonstrated to the audience the use of its small arms located on its abdomen. A coward devil wielding a warhammer thought it seemed not fully awake and smashed hard onto its back from behind. Luckily for the coward devil, it wasn't tall enough, and the hammer missed the head, merely causing it to stagger a bit. Seeing the sneak attack didn't result in a fatal blow, the coward devil panicked, dropped the hammer, and tried to turn and run. But the opponent recovered faster than it had anticipated. The newly promoted demon raised its strong upper limbs and grabbed the fleeing coward devil, hoisting it into the air. Its abdominal arms stretched forward suddenly and directly plunged its claws into the prey's belly, followed by a strange laugh, all four arms pulled apart to the sides. The pitiful coward devil was torn in half, with pus-filled, tumorous innards falling everywhere, and foul-smelling blood spraying like a fountain. As it had just demonstrated, this was the Abyss Ripper, vividly reflecting its favorite killing memories. They were like overlords among low-rank demons, relatively rare because they could quickly accumulate the energy needed to advance to a higher class of demon. The Ripper held the broken body aloft and let out a wild roar, venting the pain that had utterly twisted its mind due to the upgrade process and the pleasure of having its killing desire satisfied. The response was the crazed cheering of the demons in the spectator stands. This was what they wanted to see, each demon with blood-red eyes as if they were on the field themselves, joyfully chopping off heads and tearing bodies apart. Bruto turned his head away, unable to stomach the bloody spectacle below, even though they were all despicable demons. Paladin, too, was pale, but he did not avert his eyes and was briskly recording something in his notebook. As a scholar studying the abyss, confronting these horrific scenes was his job. Lancelot watched the fighting demons expressionlessly. The eviscerating scenes no longer aroused fear in him. Rebellion, or rather, insurrection, was never a dinner party, and the bloodiest sights in war were actually the battlefields right after the fight, which he had seen too many times. The remaining few coward devils temporarily stopped fighting and gathered at the other end of the arena. They all had various degrees of injuries, but none of these survivors were simple foes, almost all had just advanced from prime demons. The few coward devils clumsily communicated with each other in the deep language, word by word, and barely reached an agreement to deal with this four-armed fellow first. The Abyss Ripper was unfazed. It picked up several weapons of varying sizes from the ground around it, instantly turning into a makeshift six-armed serpent demon, looking quite impressive. Ha ha ha! See? The outcome is already clear. Molo lay back on his soft bed, pulling the two succubus mates into his arms. His hands began to roam like two snakes, while the two succubi obediently snuggled up to him. Tajana glanced at Molo's disgraceful behavior with a slight squint of her eyes, then turned her attention back to the situation in the arena. The coward devils might have reached an agreement to fight together, but they kept retreating in the face of the Ripper's terrifying presence. Were it not for the arena being tightly enclosed, they would have scattered and run away. Suddenly, one of the coward devils felt something underfoot, tripped, and fell to the ground. It quickly tried to get up, only to discover a large gash on its foot that was exceptionally painful. It looked closely at what tripped it and found it to be just an ordinary-looking short sword, but it emitted a coldness that made it very uncomfortable. Its little brain suddenly became curious about what it would feel like to plunge this coldness into an enemy's body. Chapter 73. But at this critical moment of life and death, this coward devil certainly wouldn't ignore the weapon it felt was dangerous anymore. Other coward devils, too, either due to stumbling or being hit by flying objects they didn't see coming, took notice of the previously ignored cold iron weapons. To the demons in the stands, these desperate fellows were just trying to grasp at straws. They were all too familiar with such reactions, but they knew them to be destined for futile struggles. Some dwarven artisans secretly clenched their fists. They didn't understand why the gladiators on the field had initially avoided the cold iron crafts, nor why they suddenly came to their senses, but the enemies they faced were too strong. Whether the performance of the cold iron weapons was enough to compensate for the gap in strength, these dwarven artisans also had no confidence. Ah, such a headache, what should I do with those junk items from Twin Bridges town? Molo's annoying voice rang out again. I'm afraid they can only be thrown into the furnace as scrap metal, to be turned into materials for the slaves. Tajana didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Due to past experiences, this clown's only understanding of social interaction was humiliation. When the time was right, she would make this fool pay for all the offenses. She just hoped that when that day came, Molo wouldn't have died for some other reason beforehand. The succubus lord narrowed her eyes to slits, not wanting anyone to notice the magic glow flickering in them. Under true sight, she saw a familiar figure sneaking around the arena with an axe, quietly placing it at the feet of the last coward devil that hadn't gotten a cold iron weapon yet. She turned to look at the stands, where a human knight had his eyes closed tightly, seemingly unable to bear to watch the bloody scene below. The succubus lord revealed a sliver of a smile, then quickly flattened the corners of her mouth and looked back to the field. There, the coward devils were finally cornered by the fillet demons, with no way out. A slightly taller coward devil let out a roar with all its might, leading a few other coward devils into the fray. The coward devil holding a nail-headed hammer swung with all its might at the head of a fillet demon, only to hear a clang of metal striking metal, followed by a sharp pain in its stomach. The fillet demon effortlessly caught the nail-headed hammer with its strong upper limb, while the two arms on its stomach swiftly plunged the dagger into the coward devil's belly. The sharp blade sketched left and right, spattering blood and pus all over the ground. The fillet demon casually threw the body of the coward devil to the ground, turning its head to seek the next target. That was its first mistake of the day. The dying coward devil unleashed the ferocity inherent in a demon. It dragged its shattered body across the ground, struggling to lift the nail-headed hammer in its hand, gathering its last bit of strength to viciously smash the fillet demon's foot. All demons possessed innate protective auras, much like armor to mortals. Under normal circumstances, this final blow of the coward devil wouldn't have done much damage, but in front of the nail-headed hammer, the fillet demon's protective aura was like butter facing a hot knife, offering no resistance whatsoever. The fillet demon let out a cry mixed with pain and surprise. It looked incredulously at its foot, finding it had been smashed into a bloody mess by that blow. What was more troublesome was feeling an uncomfortable chill penetrating its body, hindering the healing of the wound. Most of the audience hadn't realized what anomaly had occurred, thinking it was merely the last furious strike of a coward devil before death, nothing to fuss over. It was a group of dwarves, however, who excitedly jumped up from their seats. The abyssal creature itself certainly noticed something was amiss, but there was no time left for it to ponder. Several more coward devils rushed to its side, swords, axes, and hammers coming at it from all directions. With a leg injured, the abyssal creature found it difficult to move freely and had to face the attacks of these coward devils in place. Fortunately, having become an abyssal creature, it possessed two immensely powerful upper limbs. Relying on sheer strength, it met the enemy's blades head-on. The battle axe first sent the weapons of attackers on both sides flying, then split their bearers in half. Its abdominal arms, each clutching a dagger, were waiting for the enemy in the middle to strike, but the opponent didn't move as it had anticipated. This sly coward devil slightly slowed down during the charge, letting its comrades on either side advance half a step ahead. The two companions were instantly killed by the abyssal creature, but it seized the fleeting opportunity. With the abyssal creature's battle axe stuck in a corpse, the coward devil took the chance before the enemy could retract its arm and swung its sword at the wrist that held the axe. In its mind, if it could just injure the opponent's axe-wielding wrist, it would be a great success. But the outcome far exceeded its expectations. The icy sword blade, like a scythe through stalks of wheat, effortlessly chopped off the palm that held the battle axe at the wrist. A spurt of blood jetted from the bare end of the limb, it staggered back, staring incredulously at its own wound, emitting a pained and angry scream. The coward devil was also startled, it gazed dumbfounded at the weapon in its hand, as if trying hard to comprehend what had just happened. The surrounding audience also noticed something was amiss. People began whispering to each other, discussing the scene that had just unfolded. The most dramatic reaction came from a certain arrogant succubus lord named Molo, whose mouth hung wide open in surprise at seeing his highly regarded warrior easily grievously wounded. Tajana! What kind of trickery is this? The succubus lord shouted angrily, that sword is definitely not normal. You've mixed such a powerful weapon in, did you want to create this accident? This coward devil was arranged by you beforehand, wasn't it? Calm down, Molo. Tajana's voice was unfluctuating, but inside she couldn't help secretly praising, well done. It's merely our new product, and there is more than one such weapon below. Anyone could have picked it up. Molo wanted to say more, but the gasps of surprise from the stands redirected his attention back to the arena. The remaining 3 coward devils started charging the abyssal creature from different directions. Its foot, injured by the previous blow, had never recovered enough to move freely, and now, with one precious upper limb disabled, this beast, which had the upper hand just moments before, suddenly became dangerously vulnerable. Its one remaining fully intact upper arm wildly swung the battle axe, causing another coward devil to halt its attack out of fear. The abyssal creature seized the momentary fear of its enemy, turned sharply and cleaved another coward devil to pieces. It had no time to deal with yet another opponent, but its instincts told it that accepting the attack of one coward devil in exchange for reducing the enemy's number from 3 to 2 was the best decision under the circumstances. But it had forgotten something. Its instincts had been wrong several times today. Chapter 74. The excruciating pain in his back told him just how costly the price really was. The third coward devil, wielding a spear also made of cold iron, pierced it through the eviscerator demon's back as easily as sticking it into a sack filled with grain, almost penetrating him completely. Blood continued to pour out of the gruesome wound, and the eviscerator demon was now gravely injured. But the demon's ferocity erupted within it, turning its eyes blood red, as pain was momentarily blocked out, and a violent desire took control of its body. Dragging its injured leg, it lunged fiercely at the coward devil with the spear. The coward devil almost closed his eyes as he thrust the spear in his hand, which the eviscerator demon easily dodged, then raised its battle axe, cleaving the coward devil in 2 with one strike. Once more, a sharp pain came from its back as a long sword enlarged the hole in its flesh. Enraged, it swung its axe, turning around but hitting nothing. The last enemy was that cunning devil that had sliced off its palm. This sly coward devil did not choose to engage in melee combat but instead picked up a weapon from the ground and threw it. Its self-perceived cunning had cost it the best chance for a turnaround. Charge! Kill it! Atop the high platform, Molo shouted excitedly. Even though there had been some unexpected turns, it seemed that his warrior was about to claim the final victory. At that moment, the others were behaving differently. Kylan was whispering with a fireburn demon advisor by his side, discussing something in hushed tones. Pommy and Kavalan seemed to relax a bit but then tensed up again immediately. Tigana noted everyone's reactions. The eviscerator demon in the arena also knew that victory was within its grasp, but it had to deal with the last enemy before its wounds brought it down. The eviscerator demon let out a thunderous roar and charged forward as if it was unhurt. The coward devil's sword stabbed into the eviscerator demon's abdomen, creating another terrible wound, but it did not slow the eviscerator demon's momentum, not in the slightest. It watched helplessly as the eviscerator demon's axe grew closer, and then it was suddenly flying. Below was a headless body with a gaping hole where the shoulder should be. Finally, it was over, the eviscerator demon thought. It lifted its head, the audience cheering for it, but all it wanted was to find its master on the high platform. Ah, there he was, his face full of smiles. Surely it had pleased its master. The rage subsided, and the unbearable sharp pain returned, which almost kept it from noticing the sudden piercing pain in its chest. The cheering crowd seemed as if strangled, the roar of applause vanished in an instant. The eviscerator demon noticed something extra in its field of vision. It looked down and saw a sword blade, shimmering with cold light, protruding from its chest, right at the heart. Who? Its body collapsed powerlessly, and in the last remaining peripheral vision, it saw a grey Quasimodo demon eyeing it warily, as if to confirm whether it was truly dead. Darkness engulfed it, and as its consciousness completely faded, the roars of the victorious bellowed in its ears. I am. Dink! The audience erupted. What bloody carnage, what thrilling conspiracy! There couldn't be a better ending than this. The most excited in the crowd were a group of Quasimodo demons, jumping up and down like mad, celebrating their boss's victory. The boss is incredible. How did he sign up so quietly and also win? I wonder what kind of demon the boss will advance to? At least it has to be something like a giant toad, right? But, if the boss turns into a giant toad, will he turn around and bully us? I've never messed with the boss, I've always been his most loyal lackey. Lancelot reopened his eyes. Listening to the cheers around him and looking at that imposing guy in the arena, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Is that? Dink! Bruto couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the Quasimodo demon in the arena. He had some recollection of this fellow and knew it was Lancelot's subordinate. This made the young dwarf quite certain that there must be Lancelot's handiwork behind the shocking turnaround below, otherwise, he would be a gnome without a beard. He guessed it spot on. As soon as Lancelot realized something was wrong, he had ordered Dink to infiltrate the arena invisibly. The Quasimodo demon was reluctant, but firstly, its demon essence was in Lancelot's hands. Defiance had no good outcome, and secondly, after receiving its master's reward last time, its strength was much greater than that of a common Quasimodo demon, so fighting against a bunch of stupid coward devils might not necessarily mean a loss, and it obediently entered the arena. The attention of the audience was focused on the fight, and those with strong perception abilities didn't notice a little one sneaking into the arena. What was even more unexpected was that the master didn't urge it to fight at once but just let it remain invisible and move a few weapons, or throw something out with a harmless force. As long as it didn't launch an attack or use a spell, the Quasimodo demon's invisibility wouldn't be dispelled, allowing it to remain undetected. An important reason it could execute Lancelot's orders well was that after being promoted to elite level, Dink's confidence greatly increased along with its strength, completely shedding the usual panic-prone personality of ordinary Quasimodo demons. The reason Lancelot sent Dink into the arena was simple. Seeing the weapons the craftsman threw into the arena, it wasn't hard for Lancelot to guess that Tajana wanted to showcase the power of the cold iron weapons, but these foolish low-rank demons were instinctively avoiding the real protagonist of this gladiator fight, and he could not sit idly by, especially since cold iron weapons were also something they had been pushing for. Another reason was, he found the male succubus particularly annoying. Lancelot knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance in a head-on confrontation, so he couldn't pass up an opportunity to outsmart him. Dink, from the nearest position, had watched the public debut of the cold iron weapon and immediately realized the magic of this discomforting weapon. So when Lancelot finally issued the command to attack, the hand holding the sword had only a slight tremble from excitement, as he thrust it precisely and fiercely through the fire-burn demon's heart. Tajana laughed lightly and flew up into the air, pressing down with both hands, and the scene immediately quieted down. Quasimodo demon Dink! The succubus lord's clear and authoritative voice rang out, as the final victor, what reward do you desire? I do not need the reward for advancement, the glory of victory belongs to you. Dink shouted the words it had thought through beforehand. It always remembered the aura Lancelot had shown when it was threatened at the beginning, and the energy when it was empowered later confirmed even more that Lancelot was some kind of formidable being. Therefore, it had long decided to cling tightly to the coattails of its master, Lancelot, as perhaps advancing to another form wouldn't be as useful to the master as a Quasimodo demon. Chapter 75. This is indeed a rare sight. Tigana cocked her head in the direction of Lancelot, who shrugged at her. In that case, I shall grant you some power. A red glow gathered in Tigana's hands and then submerged into Dink's body. The Quasimodo demon collapsed to the ground with a scream of agony. Its muscles trembled violently as if they were cramping, but it did not experience the skin-tearing, bone-piercing pain it had when Lancelot had bestowed his gift. Lancelot felt intense pain through the mental link, but it was within a tolerable range. After a few moments, Dink stood up again. From a distance, it still looked like a Quasimodo demon, but up close one could see it now stood over 6 feet tall, twice the height of a normal Quasimodo demon. Its bulging muscles and the pair of majestic horns on its head set it apart as something extraordinary. It knelt respectfully before Tigana, demonstrating its subservience. I bestow upon you the title of warrior, Tigana announced loudly. Every resident of this town must show you respect. Dink! 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 The crowd cheered loudly, applauding the daring, greedy, and cunning Quasimodo demon. Of course, those traits were considered commendable for demons. Furthermore, the town's demons held feelings for their lord that extended beyond fear. They were quite pleased to see the male succubus humiliated. All right, lads, you've had your fun, now scram. Tigana waved her hand, signaling the end of the contest. At this point, Tigana gestured directly at Lancelot, beckoning him with a clear implication to come to her. Add latest chapters at Freeognovlo only. Lancelot stood up reluctantly and, after giving a few instructions to Bruto and Colin, made his way alone towards the high platform. Juggling swords before a group of high-ranked demons? He did not like this idea one bit. But Tigana was right, sending Berend or any other dwarven artisan would be even less appropriate. And with her there, he shouldn't encounter too much danger. The most crucial thing was that he found it incredibly difficult to say no to Tigana's requests. The fact that he could restrain himself from actively courting her favor was already quite an accomplishment. Still lacking in mental discipline, Lancelot lamented internally. He had a feeling that sooner or later, he would fall into major trouble because of Tigana. There was a solution to leave Twin Bridges town and never return, but he knew that was not feasible. It wasn't a matter of surviving alone in the abyss. As a cultivator at the chi cultivation stage, he could fast for long periods. The abyss could not kill him. But he needed his companions to help him stay sane, otherwise, even if the abyss didn't claim his life, it would slowly corrupt his spirit, driving him to madness. Had Tigana used charm on him? No, she didn't need to. Lancelot was well aware that the primal desire clawing at him was what the succubi were born from. Just seeing Tigana's figure, that desire wouldn't stay put. Fortunately, he wasn't short of experience in struggling with desire. When tired, one longs to rest. In the face of danger, one wishes to flee. It was natural to harbor any thoughts in front of a creature as tempting as Tigana. What he needed to do was to stay clear-headed and not let emotions cloud his judgment. With those thoughts, he silently began the ice heart technique. The effect was immediate, his mind and body calmed at once, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Next, Lancelot simultaneously activated the chi concealing technique, turtle breathing technique, and hidden dragon technique. He had one purpose: to conceal his true strength. Han Tian-shen had discussed a question in his Insights into Spiritual Cultivation: when facing an enemy stronger than yourself, how should you respond? The answer was simple: do not provoke such enemies, or if possible, avoid them. One could cultivate anywhere, and there was no ground that couldn't be reclaimed with a breakthrough. If that's not enough, then just break through again. But if it's truly impossible to evade, making your enemies underestimate your strength is also a good strategy. His aura rapidly weakened, until he seemed no more noteworthy than a knight who had only seen battle once or twice. Dink took advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was diverted to use his ability to turn invisible again. He slipped to a corner no one noticed, transformed into a bat, and then flew high into the sky to circle and keep watch, observing the surroundings closely. The Quasimodo demon knew that its master could share its vision through a mental link, and in this way, it showed Lancelot that it was still his humble servant. Atop the high platform. So what kind of weapon is that, exactly? As soon as Tajana landed back on the ground, the impatient Arachne elf Cavalan closed in to ask. It's cold iron, a type of metal particularly effective against elven kind. Kylan, who had been rather quiet before, answered for Tajana with great certainty. Even the treasury of my father has weapons made from this metal. King of the Frost Giants, Kostchuki's famous warhammer, is also made of cold iron. Humph, even if that's true, they are surely rare and exorbitantly priced, the demonic male Molo said disdainfully. I've heard about Whisk, how could he possibly die at the hands of that dumb ox and spider? The treasures from his vault must have gone into the pockets of those filthy assassins by now. You! The spider shouted in anger, raising its sharp front claws threateningly, yet it dared not take any further action, while the bull demon Pommy kept silent, pretending as if it didn't exist. Tajana didn't even glance at them. All neutral towns were hubs of information. If those two managed to remember the route this time, that was already an achievement. There would be plenty of opportunities for business in the future. What do you mean you? Don't think I can't see that you intended to deliberately lose to me, Molo sneered. But Tajana, since these guys are broke anyway, why not give them all to me? I do know some real big shots, you know. Twin Bridges town can manufacture 300 such weapons every month, Tajana said nonchalantly, showing Molo a mocking smile. Having recognized the immense power of cold iron weapons, Tajana naturally prioritized rearming her own forces first. Succubi aren't like dragons, they don't enjoy sleeping on piles of gold. What they need is the power to achieve their goals, and wealth is just one of the means to garner that power. This is impossible. Molo went pale at the number, then as if something occurred to him, he blurted out, I get it, they must all be shoddily made imitations, you can't fool me. They might probably look a bit shabby compared to your group of gold-toed fighters, Tajana scoffed. She saw that her berserk demons had gathered the weapons in the arena, piling them up together. With a wave of her hand, the large mass of metal was instantly teleported in front of everyone. If you're interested, have a look for yourself. Chapter 76. Before Tajana could finish, Molo was the first to dart forward, with the others soon crowding around the pile of weapons that had just been used. Kylan accurately pulled a long sword made of cold iron from the heap of metal. He immediately noticed the poor craftsmanship of the sword, but that didn't stop the weapon in his hand from giving him a sense of danger. He carefully drew the sword blade across his own arm, easily leaving a trail of blood on his skin. On the other side, a male succubus was rummaging through the pile with an ashen face. He had to admit one fact: Twin Bridges town could indeed mass-produce cold iron weapons, but he still stubbornly said, "Humph, just as I thought, a bunch of trash. You have the nerve to trade these disposable weapons. As long as someone is willing to pay the right price," Tajana said with a smile, "isn't that right, Prince Kylan? As long as the price is right, Volcano Fortress will take as many of these weapons as there are." Kylan nodded in agreement, "But what I'm curious about is this really the limit of that famous blacksmith district in Twin Bridges town?" "Oh no, of course not." Tajana cocked her head to one side. "Sonam, your order has arrived." Lancelot came over carrying 6 swords. You know the saying, don't show off your wealth. He certainly didn't want to be pulling things out of his dimensional bag one by one in front of a group of high-ranking demons. Tajana took an extra look at Lancelot, surprised. She noticed right away that something was off about the human knight. The feeling he gave her now was different. He had become very inconspicuous, others would probably ignore him involuntarily. What an interesting fellow! 6-armed serpent demon Sonam excitedly approached Lancelot. This was the first time Lancelot had seen how a serpent demon moved. The image of that massive snake body undulating forward on the ground was enough to invoke humans' most primal fear. Luckily, the serpent demon's interest was in the weapons in his hands. Sonam reached out with all 6 arms simultaneously. Lancelot pretended to lower his head in fear, but quietly noted the subconscious movements of this top-tier demon. Sonam's attention was solely on the 6 long swords she had just received. As an experienced swordsman, she could tell that although these long swords were a bit rough in detail, the quality and performance were outstanding. The distinctive sense of danger from cold iron weapons even thrilled her whole body. What was even better were the magical effects added to the swords. She was already fantasizing about wielding these weapons and slaughtering her way across the walls of Twin Bridges town. "Are you still satisfied?" Lancelot's words pulled her out of her fervent illusion. The 6-armed serpent demon reflexively wanted to retort, but she had to admit that the weapons met, and even exceeded, her expectations. It seems that the little dwarf didn't boast in vain. Sonam managed to reveal a terrible smile. I wish you live long enough to collect this payment. Who is this guy? Molo's annoyed voice came, and what's the deal with those swords? He's my man, Tajana's languid voice came through. Sonam, don't be stingy, show everyone your new toy. Some folks want to know what the weapon that will take their dog lives in the future looks like. Lancelot felt a surge of depression inside. He could naturally pick up on Tajana's double entendre, but he couldn't feel happy at all. Tajana was primarily using him to distract that annoying male succubus, to stop him from buzzing around incessantly like a fly. Sonam did not dare to disobey Tajana's order, but being proud as she was, naturally she did not want to personally deliver the weapon to those guys. She tossed the sword back into Lancelot's arms, the implication clear, you go. Lancelot, feeling cornered, made his rounds distributing samples. Fortunately, at this moment he really wasn't very conspicuous. All the attention was on the weapons he handed over, except for a certain male succubus grinding his teeth in rage. Molo looked at Lancelot with ruthless eyes, pushing away the hilt of the sword that the human had handed over, making no effort to hide his hostility towards this man. The fact that Tajana ignored his masculine charm had already infuriated him, and the existence of this man was a direct mockery. Tajana was not uninterested in males, just not interested in him. The Minotaur, Arachne elf, and six-fingered prince now each held a long sword in their hands, and the demons immediately felt the danger that the metal cold iron brought to them. Everyone looked at the weapon in their hands with complex expressions, all coming to the same conclusion: their gold would be flowing into Tajana's pockets at an even faster rate than before. For a long time, the rules of the game here had been established around Twin Bridges Town. Nearby forces must continuously pay up to buy weapons from Twin Bridges Town, otherwise, they will be swallowed up by other forces with better equipment. In the end, it created a strange situation. If Twin Bridges Town did not exist, it seemed like the distribution of nearby forces would not change at all, the only difference being that they would no longer have to pay a hefty protection fee. The dwarf blacksmiths of Twin Bridges Town truly live up to their reputation. Kylan was the first to speak. What would be the price for purchasing a weapon of this quality? 10,000 gold coins without enchants, or equivalent goods. Tajana shrugged. I have no plans for mass production of this weapon, each piece has to be custom made. Special requests can also be made, but of course, the price is additional. Lancelot heard the number Tajana quoted, he almost couldn't keep a straight face. So expensive, outrageously expensive. He suddenly felt that the 15,000 gold coins he had just earned were quite pointless, not even paid up front but deducted in installments. No wonder numerous dwarfs grind their teeth whenever they mention her. He now also felt a slight shift in his image of Tajana. The succubus lord sneakily glanced at the human knight, but quickly averted her gaze. I'll place an order for 10 right now, just like this one, Kylan said as he handed over the long sword and a deep purple crystal to Lancelot. This is the soul of a fallen noble, it should suffice to cover the payment. There's no need to be surprised by the evil power it contains. This fellow ate a boy's heart every week to maintain his vigor in bed. Even without Kylan's description, Lancelot could feel the intense discomfort the soul crystal in his hand brought him. He handed the soul crystal to Tajana, who merely glanced at it before tossing it into a dimensional bag. You can come to collect the goods in 3 months, but the value of this soul crystal is more than 100,000 gold coins. The succubus lord was not planning to take this advantage. For the excess, what would you like? Just consider it a personal gift from me to show my goodwill. Kylan shrugged nonchalantly. Now, let's discuss something truly meaningful. He walked over to the pile of metal, accurately pulling out long swords, nail-headed hammers, flails, spears, and battle axes made of cold iron. Perhaps the Lord of Oasis Fort thinks these are all rubbish, but I'm not that foolish, he said with contempt as he glanced at the male succubus. Please feel free to name your price. Chapter 77. Each for 1,000 gold coins, Tajana stated the price directly. So expensive. Kylan had yet to speak when Molo couldn't help but exclaim from the side, "Those ordinary weapons used to only cost 300. You won't find cold iron products anywhere else." Kylan clapped his hands decisively. "How much stock do you have now? We'll take it all." Standing to the side, Lancelot felt speechless inside. What is called a windfall, he truly experienced today. Those cold iron weapons of such quality could be produced 2 or 3 a day by that kid Bruto, and Tajana was asking for 1,000 gold coins each, while the other party readily agreed. "Not much, just about 200 pieces left, you can take them all if you want, same price," she responded. Tajana. Molo's dissatisfied roar erupted. "The rule is that all surrounding forces get a share. Do you want to defy the treaty recognized by the Wind Demon King? That foolish ceasefire agreement does say that, but what's being divided is the output for the coming 3 months, these are merely some trial production samples." Tajana leaned back comfortably in her throne, calmly watching the male succubus. "If you're willing to pay, naturally you'll have your share." Lancelot keenly seized on the term ceasefire agreement. It seemed that Twin Bridges town was still under some constraints. Of course, it could also be indirectly protected by that agreement. "As for you two," Tajana turned her head to look at the giant bull demon and the Arachne elf, "have you seen enough? If so, then give them back to dear Sonam. You have the right to divide the 1/3 production originally belonging to Whisk evenly. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. Come over with the money after 3 days. Otherwise, your share for these 3 months will belong to Volcano Fortress." Without a word, Pommy and Cavalan handed the cold iron longsword they were holding to Lancelot, who then passed it to the increasingly anxious Sonam. "Think it over," Tajana said without another glance at the two who had been revealed as paupers, and with an impatient tone, she addressed Molo, "So what's your decision? I assume you don't have financial problems. Leave 300,000 gold coins, or you won't get a share this time." "Don't rush me, Tajana." Molo's eyes narrowed. "You don't think a few coward devils holding this thing and killing a berserk demon is enough, do you?" "Here we go," Lancelot thought. "I believe Sonam would be quite happy to chop a few of your big toads for fun." Tajana's voice turned cold, and Sonam also grinned, drawing his longsword. At those words, the group of berserk demons around Molo shrank back behind the male succubus in a flurry, each shaking so much in fear that they quivered incessantly. "A bunch of useless trash!" Molo cursed loudly. Pointing at Lancelot, he said, "If cold iron weapons are really worth that much gold, then at least they should be used to fight against enemies of the berserk demon's caliber. Have this human mercenary fight about with my men holding it." Lancelot didn't flinch at the words. "Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" "He's my mercenary," said Tajana unmoved. "No one is holding a knife to your throat and forcing you to pay. If you don't want it, I have another customer waiting here. Mercenaries just want money, right? I've got plenty of it," Molo shouted angrily. "Human, what do you want? Say it." "Enough!" Tajana shouted harshly. "Twin Bridges town is not a place for you to run wild." Molo completely ignored her, as anger had clouded his mind, and everything today had deviated from his expectations. In his imagination, the despicable residents of Twin Bridges town should have been worshipping him, Tajana should have been excitedly crossing her legs at the sight of him, his subordinates should have triumphed in the competition, and representatives of the giant bull demon and Arachne elf should have fled in shame after being exposed by him, but look what had happened instead. Even a weak human mercenary dared to refuse him. Just then, Lancelot suddenly pulled out a mountain crystal from his bosom and said, "Do you have one of these gems called mountain crystals?" Molo was stunned for a moment, then took out a dimensional bag full of gems, rummaged through it, and exclaimed with great joy, "I do! Can't hold back any more, hey? Ha 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 ha! I want one this big, make sure you look closely," Lancelot stuttered all of a sudden, shaking the mountain crystal, "a big gemstone for a big toad. What are you up to? Tajana's voice rang directly in her head, a telepathic ability many middle rank and above demons possessed. I'm just asking, didn't think he'd actually have one. Lancelot didn't have the ability to telepath, but he did know a small Dharma method from the spiritual cultivators that allowed him to send his words directly into the target's ears, unheard by others. Don't worry, I can still handle a berserk demon. Do you not have enough fun just remote controlling a Quasimodo demon? Tajana too was startled by his skill of speaking as if right next to her ear, but showed no sign of it. No matter what strength you're hiding, don't even think about making a move on Molo. He's not something you can handle, and I can't let him die here. This fool is more useful alive than dead. Okay, Lancelot replied, succinct and to the point. Molo quickly assigned a strong berserk demon to come forward, but Lancelot still stood in place, not moving an inch. What are you waiting for? Molo bellowed in rage, get up here and face your death. You haven't paid yet. Lancelot rolled his eyes. He suddenly began to understand what Tajana meant. If he were the lord of Twin Bridges town, he too would hope the leaders of the surrounding forces were such fools. The male succubus furiously tossed a mountain crystal at him, which Lancelot caught and then exaggeratedly tumbled several times across the ground, as if the throw had been so powerful he couldn't catch it properly. Showy, Tajana's voice echoed in his mind, anyone smarter than a rock could tell you're playing him. I'm just getting into character, ha. Lancelot dusted off his clothes and got up, bowing his head to check the mountain crystal in his hand. The quality of an upper-grade spirit stone, filled with abundant spiritual energy, merely holding it caused a resonance with the spiritual energy inside him, as though with just a thought, the spiritual energy within would surge into his body. Although such gems were rather rare, their sole purpose in this universe was to be crushed into powder during the forging of weapons to provide energy for enchanting runes, so they were not expensive. However, with this one included, Lancelot only had 17 gemstones that could be considered upper-grade spirit stones, still far from the 100 he needed for his foundation establishment. Strike now, tear him to pieces! Molo's roar erupted. Along with his roar, the berserk demon clad in golden armor charged fiercely toward Lancelot. Chapter 78. All the toxic snakes on Medusa's scalp bit into that hand, injecting their venom into the tender flesh, yet, the pale hand remained unshaken, firmly covering the eyes of the snake-haired Gorgon. Lancelot charged to Medusa's front within the span of 2 heartbeats. When he stopped, his sword tip had already pierced her chest, followed by a horizontal slash that completely severed the Gorgon's spine. The snakes instantly lost their vitality, slipping off like dehydrated octopus tentacles and leaving several round bite marks on the arm belonging to the vampire. Are you all right? Lancelot kicked the headless corpse aside and steadied the young girl by her shoulders. I'm sorry, I really need to rest now. Little Isa weakly smiled at Lancelot. I thought I was immune to the toxins. You did great just now, Lancelot said as he removed a dimensional bag from his belt. Get a good sleep, and leave the rest to us. The vampire girl turned into a wisp of smoke and then drifted into the human knight's dimensional bag. This dimensional bag contained a small wooden box belonging to her. When she was killed by a vampire, her body was placed inside it, and it was in that wooden box she awakened as a vampire. Thus, the box was her coffin, and wherever it was, there was her grave. All vampires were bound to their grave soil. They had to return to their coffins, crypts, or graveyards daily to rest, or else they would quickly weaken, much like sleep-deprived mortals. However, at the same time, they could also restore their life and strength by resting in their place of death. Isa, bitten by the toxic snakes in Medusa's hair, could not be effectively healed by the elf priest's divine arts, so she needed to heal her wounds this way. Unlike the damage caused by toxins, Medusa's petrifying gaze was a form of spell-like ability that did not directly harm the life of the target. Isa had stopped the petrification from taking effect the moment she transformed into her gaseous form. Once she reformed in the box, she immediately realized this and informed Lancelot through a mental link. asking to join the fight again. However, the human knight asked her to wait a bit longer, as he had a better idea. The dark environment, the noisy clashing of metal, and the presence of a powerful knight closing in all were in place for the vampire wanderer to launch a perfect sneak attack, and Isa executed her part brilliantly. The death of Medusa sent the two petrified flesh golems into a frenzy. They swung their already destructive fists more wildly, recklessly trying to destroy any enemy in sight. The situations of the dwarf and the half-elf turned extremely dangerous, but they were not panicked at all. Their team's strongest member, Lancelot, now had no rivals to restrain him. The human knight swiftly crossed the corridors of the dungeon. Despite wearing mithril plate armor, he moved as quietly as a cat pouncing on a mouse. Considering the endurance of his companions, his long sword first stabbed into the golem attacking the half-elf at the waist, and with a wide horizontal cut as he withdrew the blade, he made a massive gash. Although the golems did not feel pain, their bodily structure was similar to that of ordinary humans, so such a severe injury to the waist substantially weakened their strength and agility. After landing a successful strike, Lancelot immediately turned to the other enemy and did the same before it could notice its companion's plight. The process of killing these golems was bloody and bizarre. Even after their limbs were all severed, leaving only half an arm and a head attached to the body, they continued to gnaw madly at the air around them, displaying a life force even demons of the abyss did not possess. However, when every part of their bodies was dismantled, the energy that drove their movements finally completely dissipated. The mostly petrified limbs scattered on the floor looked disgusting and eerily more terrifying than when they were still capable of movement. "You rascal!" Baron's voice sounded from behind Bruto. "How on earth did you guys get here?" Bruto turned around and hugged his father tightly. When Lancelot had first met Bruto, the young dwarf was no stronger than his father, but now Bruto realized that his size had grown at least 2 sizes bigger than Baron. It seemed that a dangerous and tense adventure life was more conducive to muscle growth than working beside the forge. "Dad, I'm not ready to lose you." Bruto buried his face in his father's thick beard, his voice trembling. "It's not time yet." "Me neither." The old dwarf patted Bruto's back hard. "Thank you, my good boy." Companions cheered to celebrate, while Lancelot felt a tinge in his nose. He took a deep breath, turned his head to the side, and saw a group of people descending from the steps above. The one in the lead was the elf wearing chainmail who had been there before they entered the building, and Typhon, who had had a healing potion from them, was also among them. Lancelot immediately placed his hand on the hilt of his long sword and intentionally made the sword blade rub against the floor, a warning to the newcomers as well as a reminder to his mates. Hearing the sound, everyone quickly turned around, raised their weapons and shields, and prepared for battle. Even Baron picked up a broken golem's leg from the ground. Dwarfs had no taboo, and the knee end proved a suitable hardhead hammer. "Did you kill the madam?" The elf peered at Lancelot, then at the headless female corpse on the ground, and her snake-haired, mop-like head lay dozens of feet away. "Just you guys? What, you wanted to capture one alive?" Bruto replied mockingly. "You should know that's impossible, right?" "No, just didn't expect the famous madam could be defeated by you all." The elf shook his head solemnly. "How did you do it?" "That's none of your business," Lancelot responded coldly. "Now, we want to leave. Are you planning to stop us?" "Of course not." The elf stepped aside, pointing to Typhon. "You saved Tori's life and helped us take down the most dangerous enemy. Thank you very much. She captured someone she shouldn't have." Lancelot shrugged and walked towards the exit stairs. "When we came knocking, she shouldn't have expected any less." "We all saw what happens as a result," the elf nodded, but as Lancelot passed by, he suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute." "What?" "I think this belongs to you." The elf picked up a longbow next to the female corpse and handed it to Lancelot. "By the way, my name is Savarus Nightwind. It's clear you all are outsiders. I suggest you leave this city immediately. If you need help, you can find me most nights, except nights like tonight, at the Wolf Head Tavern in Raven Town to the east, he said. Chapter 79. Lancelot seemed to react only at the last moment, suddenly jumping to the side and crashing into the pile of weapons. Instantly, all sorts of weapons clanged and scattered across the ground. You don't come any closer. Weren't you going to see the effect of the cold iron weapon? I haven't even picked up a weapon yet. Lancelot shouted in a panicked tone, swiftly climbing to his feet with a very ordinary cold iron longsword now in his hand. The berserk demon, having lunged at empty air, slowly came to his senses. This creature, clad in golden chainmail and wielding a golden scepter, was as garish as a giant toad, almost as much as those bald cultivators in their monastery with their venerated icons. This Molo seems to be really wealthy, I'd better play out this act in full. Lancelot retreated step by step, seemingly terrified. The berserk demon, upon seeing this, revealed a sinister smile. All demons were intimately familiar with fear, the very bridge that maintained the order of demon society, something they endured every day and couldn't wait to inflict on others. When your enemies are afraid, fearful, and faltering, no matter their original strength, killing them becomes a simple task. If you want to make it more convincing, you should have a faster heartbeat, constricted pupils, and secrete an unpleasant sweat. Tajana's teasing voice echoed in Lancelot's mind. This trick might fool only a stupid fellow like the berserk demon. I haven't got that ability, Lancelot replied without a change in his voice, though the expression of fear on his face exaggerated a tad more. He continued to back away and then suddenly, as if tripped by the messy weapons on the ground, he appeared to fall backward. Die! The berserk demon roared angrily and lunged at Lancelot with increased speed. Lancelot's rear end landed perfectly on the upturned butt of a spear, the point of which flicked upwards like a cobra, penetrating the wide-open mouth of the berserk demon and exiting through the back of its skull. It wasn't even a cold iron long spear, but it was enough to kill the berserk demon before it could comprehend what had happened. My God! Only then did Lancelot move his firm rear end, stabbing the long sword into the heart of the berserk demon. He pulled the sword out from the chest of the now lifeless toad-like creature, and with an utterly ecstatic expression, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! The goddess of luck, Tamara, must have smiled at me just now, my luck is just too good. You scoundrel!" Molo, fuming, leapt off his soft bed and grabbed a berserk demon. "You go! Kill that man for me!" Lancelot dodged backward with even more agility than before, simultaneously saying, "No, no, no. We had a deal, one large gemstone for each toad. Here." The male succubus took another gemstone from his bag and threw it at Lancelot, who caught it deftly. "Be gentle, careful not to smash it!" Lancelot cried out. He glanced at the gemstone in his hand and bellowed dissatisfiedly, "Not that kind, I'm asking for a mountain crystal." Despite being clad in full plate armor, his speed did not diminish in the slightest. The berserk demon adorned in golden armor panted as it chased him in circles, completely unable to catch the nimble human. "I'll give it to you. Stop running. First, call off your minions from chasing me. You stand still first. Just throw it. I can catch it." Molo was about to go mad with irritation. With a flick of his hand, a huge mountain crystal flew toward Lancelot. It seemed certain to miss, but Lancelot's figure eerily flickered, and the next moment, the mountain crystal was securely in his grasp. "That's more like it." His figure came to an abrupt halt, turning to face the berserk demon. The opponent didn't slow its pace for a second, charging directly at Lancelot. It had forgotten it was carrying a weapon and, mouth wide open, attempted to bite Lancelot. Lancelot twirled around, narrowly dodging the assault with some difficulty, but as he turned, he hid the blade behind him, slightly extending the tip as he misstepped, immediately severing the 4 toes on the berserk demon's left foot, leaving only a bald foot pad. In this strike, he had not used any true chi nor had he exerted much physical strength, it was solely the restraining effect of cold iron on demons. This way, he could avoid revealing his own strength while also demonstrating the effectiveness of cold iron, killing two birds with one stone. The berserk demon howled in pain, but such an injury was far from fatal. The pain stimulated its nerves, causing its eyes to slowly turn red as rationality was gradually overtaken by a berserk desire. It stamped its foot, shaking off the toes still attached to flesh and skin, then charged at Lancelot again. This time, Lancelot didn't dodge, swinging his long sword to meet the berserk demon's onslaught head-on. Although many believe that berserk demons are favored by high-rank demons as a staple in the demon lord's armies due to their simplicity and manipulability, there are many types of demons with low intelligence. The combat prowess of berserk demons is certainly top tier among middle-rank demons. Moreover, with their tremendous strength, it was challenging for Lancelot to contend with them while intentionally suppressing his own power. The long sword and scepter collided incessantly, with Lancelot's weapon always knocked away upon contact, seemingly completely overpowered. However, he skillfully avoided every attack and still found time to lightly slash the berserk demon's arms and thighs. Under normal circumstances, such minor attacks wouldn't harm the berserk demon at all, but the miraculous properties of the cold iron made the crudely made blade edge as sharp as the finest razor, causing horrific wounds with a mere graze, and the cold aura contained within also prevented the wounds from healing. Before long, the berserk demon was drenched in blood, despite the fact that these were only superficial wounds. Aside from Molo, the other demon representatives and their attendants began whispering among themselves. Lancelot had achieved his goal. He made it all seem like the merit of the cold iron weapon. The earlier gladiatorial match wasn't clear enough, and the combatants were of too low a level. The battle at hand possessed better reference value because these relatively inferior cold iron weapons were designed for use against enemies at the berserk demon's level of strength. Though none of the wounds on its body were fatal, their inability to heal caused the accumulated pain to eventually reach a threshold. Suddenly, the berserk demon roared in rage, casting aside its scepter and attacking Lancelot with its claws. Chapter 80. The berserk demon that used its claws was much faster than when it wielded a weapon, and Lancelot was unable to dodge in time, only able to swing his sword toward the demon's claws. At the moment of collision, Lancelot's wrist twisted slightly, rotating the long sword in his hand half a turn, so that what met the toad-like claws was the sword blade instead of the back. There was a squelch as all four fingers of the berserk demon's right claw were severed. But Lancelot didn't pause, his long sword drawing a half circle in the air, cleanly severing the wrist of the other claw that the demon swung at him. However, the berserk demon had already entered a berserk state. Its limbs didn't stop for a second despite the horrendous injury and struck Lancelot solidly, sending the human knight flying. Lancelot rolled to his feet from the ground. Although he looked quite disheveled, the clawless berserk demon was clearly more wounded than he was. Tajana will need to expand her treasury, Kylan whispered to a fire-burn demon beside him, whose eyes were fixed on the weapon in Lancelot's hand and silently nodded in agreement. Quick! Kill him for me! Molo shouted from the side. Hatred and humiliation had completely taken over his reason, and although Lancelot had demonstrated the effectiveness of the cold iron weapon in a very persuasive way, the male succubus now equated killing Lancelot with preserving his own dignity. Lancelot performed a flourish with his sword, regaining his stance. However, when the weapon cut through the air, the wind resistance made him sense something wrong. He looked down to see that his long sword had started to roll at the edge, which likely meant a reduced effectiveness. This quality is truly a shoddy product, Lancelot thought to himself. No wonder Berend was so resistant to the idea of mass production. If he were in his place, he certainly wouldn't want anything to do with something that rolls its edge after 2 uses. The berserk demon's eyes, once golden, were now completely overtaken by blood red. In its berserk state, all it wanted was to rip its enemy to shreds. Claws unusable? No problem, as long as it could grapple the guy, its mouth full of sharp teeth could bite off his head in one gulp. The giant toad leaped at Lancelot again, its clawless arms wide open, set on enclosing Lancelot in a tight embrace. Lancelot once again used a half-turn maneuver. However, without the threat of sharp claws, he started his move later and got even closer to his enemy. The berserk demon's bare wrists swung just above his head while Lancelot's sword blade solidly chopped into the demon's thigh. With a dull thud, Lancelot's sword became stuck in the berserk demon's thigh bone. Because he had controlled his strength, the blow didn't sever the strong leg of the demon. Lancelot immediately changed from slicing to slashing, the blade circling the leg bone of the berserk demon, severing the surrounding muscles. Hopping to the side of the berserk demon, he promptly raised his own leg and kicked hard into the large gash he had just made. With a crunch, the berserk demon fell, its left leg coming off like a wheel that had come loose from a wagon. The demon showed frightening life force, seemingly unfazed by the pain as it hit the ground and immediately started crawling towards Lancelot on its remaining limbs, mouth agape like a bloodthirsty piranha. Lancelot nimbly leaped up, executing a beautiful forward somersault in mid-air, landing behind the lunging berserk demon. The toad-like demon, with almost no neck, couldn't look up and had to twist its body in an attempt to turn around as fast as it could. But Lancelot was faster. His long sword swung out, accurately chopping into the other healthy thigh of the berserk demon. He also carefully used the other side of the blade that he had used to chop the left leg before. The blade wedged again into the thigh bone of the berserk demon, and the edge was severely bent. Lancelot directly chopped his foot down onto the curled blade. With a crisp snap, the right leg of the berserk demon was severed cleanly at the root. The terrible pain finally reached an extent not even the frenzy of the demons could suppress. The berserk demon opened its mouth wide and let out an earth-shaking scream. But Lancelot thrust his sword again, forcing the mouth that emitted the grating scream to shut firmly. The tip penetrated just above the nostrils of the berserk demon, through the mouth and tongue, and out the bottom of the jaw, pinning the mutilated toad that had lost both legs and claws firmly to the ground. The berserk demon struggled violently, but that only made the wound grow larger. Without claws, its arms couldn't grasp the blade, flailing in vain instead. Great amounts of blood and pus flowed across the ground, followed by a wave of intense stench. Lancelot stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching as the body that was once the berserk demon slowly ceased its thrashing, and the surroundings grew silent. Clap, 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 clap. Timely applause broke the silence in the air. The one clapping was Kylan, the six-fingered prince. Raised in the famous silver palace of Zirida, he had witnessed all manner of battles and slaughter, but the one he just saw could rank in the top 10 for its splendidness. The skill displayed by this human was unmatched in brilliance, lacking only in strength, but no matter, the demons had ways to grant mortals power. However, he glanced at the beautiful figure on the throne, realizing the likelihood of taking this male under his wing was slim. After all, he didn't have a face that turned all heads, or 3/6 pectoral muscles, nor would he likely strut about in a thong daily. What a splendid battle! This warrior, I wonder now. Kylan still spoke up. Tajana had said this man was a mercenary, meaning that as long as the price was right, it wasn't impossible to employ him. Cough, cough. Lancelot suddenly let out a violent cough, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Under the astonished gazes of others, he slowly removed his hand, and everyone could see a deep red in his palm, as if he had suffered a severe internal injury. Ah ha ha ha! Inappropriate laughter echoed. Lancelot turned his head in dissatisfaction to look at Tajana. What are you doing, laughing at this juncture? Tajana returned his gaze expressionlessly. The laughter had arisen inside his own head. I'm fine. Lancelot quickly wiped his hand on the front of his breastplate, leaving a conspicuous red stain. I can still fight. Lord Molo, do you have any more mountain crystals? Yes. Loads of them. Molo laughed angrily, tossing out 3 upper-grade spirit stones worth of mountain crystals while bellowing arrogantly, how about bringing several at a time, would that work? Chapter 81. Only one at a time. Lancelot pulled another cold iron longsword from the pile of weapons on the ground and conveniently picked up a shield, taking on 2 at once. the price doubles. You need to add another large gemstone. Here you go. Molo was already driven mad with rage. The human knight had just coughed up blood, and now with two attacking him together, they were determined to butcher this detestable fellow. Thanks. Lancelot stuck the sword into the ground and reached out to catch the fourth mountain crystal thrown his way. Two berserk demons were already charging at him. Lancelot, holding the shield, unwaveringly met them head-on. The three bodies, sprinting at high speed, were about to collide, the two berserk demons' scepters raised high above their heads, ready to smash down, but Lancelot suddenly came to a ghostly abrupt halt, catching the enemies off guard, their swings missing and striking the air. Everyone's jaws dropped. Lancelot's sudden halt was indeed impressive, but what was most crucial was the charge he had mounted was so overwhelmingly fierce, it deceived everyone. Lancelot still did not want to reveal his real strength, but since he had to fleece Molo, the fat sheep, today, he inevitably had to show some skills. He had set himself up to be a master swordsman with advanced techniques, fitting the profile of a self-important blood war mercenary who had come to the abyss, while at the same time concealing the inconceivable power he possessed as a spiritual cultivator. A facade embedded with truth, and behind that truth lay another truth. Lancelot himself did not know if he could deceive everyone, but so long as he did not resort to using techniques like the gathering cheese slash, no one else, including Tajana, could possibly guess his real situation. Besides, to deal with berserk demons, who possess sheer brute strength, relying on movement techniques and skills alone was enough. In the moment the berserk demons missed their strike, Lancelot, already tensed like a spring, charged out once again. The two berserk demons, who had no time to retract their weapons, were wide open, and the human knight thrust out a sword cleanly and accurately into the gap of the armor over the right opponent's chest, then with a twist of his wrist, he pulverized its heart. The heart is a demon's weakness. No matter how severe the wounds, a berserk demon can continue fighting without feeling pain until it dies utterly, but if its heart is destroyed, the demon will lose the ability to act instantly as if its soul had been extracted. The other berserk demon was terror-stricken. It hastily tried to pull back its weapon to defend, but Lancelot's shield swung out much more quickly. The shield, like a metal fan, hit the big toad squarely in the face, sending it flying backward to land on its back on the ground. Lancelot turned around, stepped on the chest of the berserk demon he had just stabbed to death, and pulled out his long sword. The already dead demon slowly fell to the ground, its eyes still disbelievingly wide open. The other berserk demon also got up from the ground, and upon seeing the sorry state of its companion, the fear in its heart temporarily overwhelmed its berserk urge. It did not rush to charge again but cautiously assumed a defensive stance on the spot, its small brain busily calculating its next move. At the same time, the flesh lumps on the shoulders and back of the berserk demon swelled from congestion, with some even bursting open, releasing a stream of foul pus that exuded a smell potent enough to poison a person. This stench was unbearable for mortals, and the demons didn't like it either. The succubuses gracefully covered their noses with their wings, and the attendants of other high-ranked demons also immediately used various methods, either fluttering their wings or summoning a breeze with magic, to disperse the stink that was drifting over. Fools! Stop using those shameful tricks and just rush in to kill him! Molo yelled angrily from the side. He firmly believed that the power of his berserk demons far surpassed that of the cunning human, and that a single successful hit would be enough to end the fight immediately. Lancelot also quickly retreated, keeping his distance from the remaining enemy. He backed up to a large pile of weapons and planted his long sword and shield into the ground. From that metal heap, he pulled out axes, spears, short swords, hammers, and various other throwable weapons, hurling them all at the berserk demon. The prepared berserk demon swung its scepter, blocking most of the incoming weaponry, but there were always one or two short swords or daggers that sneaked through, hiding in the shadow of larger weapons and breaking through its defense. These slipped-through injuries were made of cold iron, specifically targeting its unprotected arms and groin area, creating wounds of varying depth. Normally, Such minor injuries would heal significantly within a few breaths for a berserk demon, but wounds made by cold iron weapons were like a bonfire smothered by wet sand, stubbornly resisting reignition. What are you waiting for? Charge now! If you don't, I'll send Dagaran next, and once we get back to Oasis Fort, I'll flay your hide and throw you into the snake pit to feed Bashila. You know it has a taste for skinless berserk demons. The accumulation of pain from the wounds and the fear of Molo finally forced the berserk demon to take action. It knew it had no other choice and had to go all out. So, it let go of its mind, allowing the deep-seated, impatient desire to kill that was ingrained in its bones to take over control of its body. The berserk demon let out a thunderous roar as it swung its scepter at 3 times the speed from before, knocking away all incoming weapons. Then, with its powerful hind legs kicking off the ground, it charged at Lancelot like a cannonball. However, all the high-ranked demons present foresaw the outcome for this berserk demon, except for Molo, who was standing directly in front of Lancelot. The spectators clearly saw that while Lancelot had turned his back to gather the throwing weapons, he had casually hidden a long spear behind him. The butt of the long spear was firmly planted in the pile of weapons, with the cold iron spearhead almost touching the human knight's back. Lancelot's movement wasn't concealed. Anyone standing slightly to his side would easily notice this simple trap, but the enemy in front of him was completely obscured by his figure. As expected, the bold and skilled human knight dodged to the side at the last moment with a ghostly movement technique, revealing the chilling gleam of the spearhead behind him. The charging berserk demon had no chance to react and ran straight into it. Under its own terrifying momentum, the gold armor provided almost no resistance to the spearhead. The long spear pierced straight through the body of the berserk demon, exiting its back, making it look like a frog skewered by a fishing harpoon. Its roar turned into a wail, but was quickly silenced. Lancelot, holding his nose, pulled out the long sword that was planted in the ground and stabbed it through the heart of the berserk demon from behind. He shook the sword to dismiss the heavy stench in the air and shrugged his shoulders to the surrounding spectators. The old tricks always work. Chapter 82. Damn it! Molo let out an angry roar, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Lancelot like lightning. Enough! Tajana intervened, her wings suddenly shooting up, her eyes emitting a strong magic light. She employed her ability to cast spells instantaneously, and a large, thick, and sticky white spider web appeared out of nowhere, into which the furiously charging male succubus slammed head first, becoming entangled and unable to move. Tajana! Let me go! Molo yelled from within the web, are you planning to lay a hand on me? Perhaps, but not now. You'd better calm down and look at yourself, Tajana answered in a threatening tone, do I need to remind you whose territory this is? You are just a customer who wanted to see the performance of the weapons you intend to buy in actual combat, and I have obliged you. If you have any complaints, it's best not to vent your anger on my subordinates. Humph! The male succubus, reminded thus, realized his own impropriety. He looked around only to see the Minotaur, the Arachne elf, and the 6-fingered prince all watching him with a particularly peculiar gaze. It was a gaze he was all too familiar with, one that contained mockery, contempt, and schadenfreude. It was the same look he had faced almost incessantly when he was a low-rank lieutenant under the queen of the succubus, Mikanshut. When he could no longer endure and killed a Zoel elf who enjoyed tormenting him and was also a plaything of the queen of the succubus, nobody looked at him with that gaze anymore. His act of murder was witnessed by the queen of the succubus herself. Perhaps she construed it as a lover's quarrel between 2 male pets, which exceedingly excited her lascivious nature. As Molo plunged the dagger into the heart of that Zoel elf, the queen of the succubus appeared beside him, between her legs as wet as a beer barrel stabbed with a blade. For the following 3 hours, he used all his craft, even burning away most of his demon essence, to successfully sate the queen of the succubus's insatiable desire, if only slightly. Although Mikanshut quickly lost interest in him, Molo had succeeded in earning the appreciation of the queen of the succubus. He gained a low-level noble title, was appointed as an official on special assignment to the plains of the Abyss, responsible for establishing an outpost, collecting gold, treasures, and any valuable information for the Queen of the Succubus. Due to its proximity to Twin Bridges town, this small outpost quickly flourished into a very wealthy town, and his status rose with its fortunes. He had nearly forgotten his humble origins and sordid past until he saw that gaze again. After all, it seemed to penetrate through his pathetic adornments, reminding him of exactly what kind of creature he was. "Put me down. I don't want any of this junk," the male succubus snarled hatefully. "Very well." Tajana waved her hand, and the spider webs vanished into thin air, dropping Molo, who was ensnared within, to the ground. "How dare you be so disrespectful to me?" Molo glared at Tajana. "From now on, not a single one of Twin Bridges town's trade caravans will be allowed to pass through Oasis Fort." "You are more than welcome to try." Tajana's tone turned icy cold. "I have always found Oasis Fort to be something of an eyesore. I will make sure the Queen hears of this." Molo said venomously, glancing at Kylan. He sneered, "It seems Volcano Fortress will receive the lion's share this time. To the Queen, it would appear as though you, General, have openly sided with Grazd. All because of you. Now you can start thinking about how you are going to explain this to her." Tajana waved her hand dismissively. "It looks like your business in Twin Bridges town is done. Get out now." The male succubus spat angrily on the ground and, with his followers, stormed out. "Sonam, you take some people and watch them leave," Tajana ordered the serpent demon beside her, who hissed subconsciously and set out to obey. "Lady Tajana, we shall take our leave as well. Once I return, I will report immediately to Madame Arachne." The Arachne elf Cavalan also spoke up at this time. Go ahead, I won't see you out." Tajana waved her hand. "Remember what I said earlier, you have 3 days. "Humph, Pommy is leaving too." The bull demon followed, not wanting to let his lord be the last to receive the report about cold iron weapons. After Tajana dismissed 2 groups of people, only Kylan and his entourage remained. Lancelot then put all his effort into operating the concealing breath technique, and although he stood to the side, his presence was as inconspicuous as a rock. "Thank you, Lady Tajana." Kylan, who had been silent for a while, spoke up again. "As you promised, the Volcano Fortress has received Twin Bridges town's production for the next 3 months, which will be of great help in our war against the demons. You don't need to remind me of the significance of Volcano Fortress." Tajana waved her hand. "Besides, you have acquired only 2/3. After learning of today's events, the bull demon and the spider will certainly gather enough gold one way or another. That's not a small amount either, and there are also ordinary iron weapons. What about their prices?" As before, Twin Bridges town's production capacity is 3,000 military melee weapons per month, uniformly priced at 300 gold coins each. "That means, I now owe you." Kylan paused, wincing at the number he was about to reveal, 1.5 million gold coins. Tajana said nothing, just watching him with her bright, sparkling eyes. Lancelot silently cursed to himself on the side. It really was a huge business deal. "Can I get a discount?" The prince with 6 fingers could not control the twitching of his facial muscles. Tajana answered him with silence. Kylan helplessly exchanged glances with his fire-burn demon attendants, who gave him a slight nod. "So be it, then. As for the payment method, same as before, grain or minerals are fine, and the exchange rate hasn't changed. We'll trade money for goods on the spot." Tajana sat up straight. "Let's talk about something useful. How's the front line looking?" "I am not the one suited to answer this question." Kylan turned his body to the side, pointing to a fire-burn demon attendant. "Surely, you are already quite familiar with Felbank, Supreme Commander Visovius's Chief of Staff." "I've heard much about you." Tajana nodded her head. "It's said that Destruction Flame trusts you greatly." "An honor to meet you, the Pearl of Twin Bridges town." The fire-burn demon's flames seemed to burn even more vigorously in Tajana's presence. the situation is not optimistic. Ever since the fallen angel Zariel became the demon's supreme commander again, their tactics have become increasingly aggressive. Fellbank then spent 15 minutes briefly explaining the state of the battle. Lancelot, standing by, hardly understood anything and only vaguely grasped that the demon army's offensive was extremely fierce and, despite the great sacrifice by the demons, they were still being driven back. Chapter 83. I didn't expect the situation to have gotten this bad, Tajana frowned after hearing the briefing from the Fireburn demon's strategist. Why haven't you sought assistance from Zirita? Lord Wuan surely would not ignore the perilous situation at the front. Seeing Tajana's expression, Lancelot felt an urge to rush out and annihilate the demon army just to smooth the furrowed brows above her lovely eyes. Truly befitting of a succubus, the mere furrowing of her brows was so tempting, Lancelot silently mused. Fortunately, these thoughts merely circulated in his mind without causing even a flutter in his heartbeat. Father certainly won't tolerate the fall of Volcano Fortress, at least not before the defense lines of other abyssal lords, Kylan interjected. But Lord Visovius is equally reluctant to be the first among peers to ask for help. Many are eyeing his position as Legion commander, not to mention those coveting Ashgralath. Fellbank cleared his throat, interrupting Kylan's speech. Apologies, we have reached the purpose of our visit and shouldn't waste your precious time with these tedious political topics, Kylan bowed, only then noticing Lancelot, who had been standing silently to the side. Ah, I have yet to ask for the distinguished name of this courageous warrior. Your performance in the recent battle was splendid. Lancelot did not hurry to answer, instead glancing at Tajana, who gestured indifferently to him. My name is Lancelot, a knight. Delighted to meet you, Sir Lancelot, said Kylan graciously. Volcano Fortress has always had long-term mercenary contracts in Twin Bridges town, and we are always generous to those who can offer help. The kind of gemstone you desire is also produced by the fortress, perhaps you should visit the mercenary hall when you have time. Thank you, I'll consider it if it is appropriate, Lancelot answered calmly, though inwardly he had already completely rejected the offer. Rushing to the battlefield willingly? Do such people really exist? He is still at the black iron level, not yet qualified to take on your silver level contracts, Tajana spoke up. And compared with the fatality rate, you dare claim your reward is generous. We recruit low-rank demon commandants. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a casualty rate as high as 50%, Kylan defended. But most of the applicants are madmen thirstier for battle than demons, believing they can easily crush those low-level devils. I trust Sir Lancelot is not such a person. If one is not mad, they would not accept your contracts, Tajana countered. Even demons are few and far between who would willingly step onto the bloody battlefields, let alone mortals. Indeed, Kylan nodded. The Punisher Whisk just died like that. Although nobody liked the wolf serpent demon, it's undeniable that those zealous about recruiting soldiers for the bloodbath play a crucial role. Until a new wolf serpent demon overseer takes charge of this area, all the demon legions will continue to face a shortage of troops. Whisk has just perished, and you have already been dispatched to Volcano Fortress by Lord Wuan. It's hard not to wonder. My mission is to supervise the battle at the front and report the actual situation to Father. Perhaps this way I can help Lord Destruction Flame avoid some embarrassment, Kylan answered calmly. From what I've seen today, a big battle between Twin Bridges Town and Oasis Fort is inevitable. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Has Lord Wuan not recovered from the blow of being rejected by the Queen of the Succubus? Tajana laughed lightly. If you ask me, there's no need for Lord Graz to be angry about it. Just look at the countenance of Dimagorgon. Clearly it is Mikan Shut who has the issue with aesthetic judgment. As everyone knows, it was my father who rejected the Queen of the Succubus, causing her pride to be hurt and subsequently, a series of destructive actions. The attack on Shendiravir by Ashgralath was purely in retaliation for these acts of destruction. Kylan reiterated his party's consistent stance. Moreover, we have just received some intelligence about Oasis Fort that you would certainly be interested in knowing." "What intelligence, and you think I would certainly be interested?" "You must have heard of the famous club at Oasis Fort, the Succubus Palace, haven't you? That filthy location that imprisons a large number of mortal men, catering specifically to high-rank succubi for entertainment." Tajana displayed a look of disdain. "What secrets could such a foul place hold that would interest me?" "Molo has a magical cross pickaxe that possesses the incredible effect of restoring one's energy. For a long time, he kept this cross pickaxe in the treasury of the Succubus Palace to revitalize a few especially favorable male entertainers." "Why are you telling me this?" "I have no use for that thing," Tajana replied coldly, and Lancelot silently agreed in his heart. "You misunderstand," Kylan hurriedly explained. "We have information suggesting that the cross pickaxe is likely a divine artifact that once belonged to Muradin, the platinum guard of the dwarven god who went missing in the abyss 1,000 years ago. This object is of no use to us, but for you, who have a large number of dwarven artisans under your command, retrieving this dwarven holy relic would surely benefit your rule substantially." Tajana narrowed her eyes at him, not opening her mouth for a long time as Lancelot's divine sense flickered, sensing that Tajana might have harbored an intent to kill Kylan in an instant. "Interesting," the succubus lord finally spoke. "Let me guess, the team you've dispatched to attack the Succubus Palace, is it already en route, and you plan to shift the blame to Twin Bridges town afterwards, suggesting that only I would have a motive to steal that broken hoe? You really have a way with jokes. I assure you that informing you is entirely out of goodwill." Kylan denied vehemently. "In fact, given our relationship with the Queen of the Succubus, if you could set a flame to the scene after your success and make it look like the work of a fire-burn demon, we would be more than happy to come forward and claim responsibility." "I see," Tajana said, as if suddenly losing interest, and waved them off. "The deal is done, you can leave." "As you wish, my lady," Kylan said respectfully to Tajana, and also nodded to Lancelot. "I look forward to seeing you at Volcano Fortress, Sir Lancelot." As Kylan and his entourage receded into the distance, the imposing aura around Tajana gradually dissipated. "You all go back first," she instructed her serpent demon guards and succubus maids, then beckoned to Lancelot. "Join me for a walk, Sir Lancelot." Upon hearing this, Lancelot's heart uncontrollably filled with joy, but he immediately realized that things were not that simple. So, he stepped forward, following the succubus lord who had already turned to walk out, and answered, "At your command, my lady." Chapter 84. A streak of magic flashed by, and Tajana's massive wings on her back disappeared, replaced by a beautiful deep black evening gown that tightly wrapped around her graceful figure. Walking along a scarcely populated path, the Queen of the Succubus moved forward, with Lancelot quietly following behind, enjoying the serenity of the atmosphere. The silhouette ahead was like a rose with thorns, and now his distance from this rose was neither too far nor too close, perfect for fully appreciating Tajana's beauty. Lancelot suddenly realized that the reason this road was scarcely populated was that it led to the eastern district inhabited by vampires. The vicinity of the vampire's hive was always shrouded in fog and deathly still, causing both humans and demons to stay away involuntarily. "You're a very interesting fellow," Tajana suddenly spoke up, just as the atmosphere of solitude was starting to become somewhat ambiguous. "May I take that as a compliment?" "Humph!" The light laughter of the succubus floated from ahead, causing Lancelot's mind to sway uncontrollably. "You did well today, but a bit too showy. In my plan, your mere presence was enough to make that guy doubt himself, and having Sonam find an excuse to chop up his retinue would have been enough to make him run away crying, but it seems you took care of it all by yourself. It sounds like a perfect plan, much more prudent than my adventurous act." "Ha ha 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 ha, I always thought you were a very serious guy, but I didn't expect you to pull off such a scheme." "You flatter me," Lancelot said, somewhat embarrassed. "Serious people are not commonly found in the abyss, right?" But I do know one, the person I respect the most." Lancelot was a bit surprised, half because Tajana actually knew such a person, and the other half because she could feel respect at all. What kind of person is that? A very stubborn fellow. Tajana's expression became somewhat melancholic. Let's not talk about these old matters anymore. I think I must reward you, as cold iron weapons have become an important bargaining chip for Twin Bridges town, and you were the one who facilitated this. You're giving me too much credit, it's mainly the work of the Frost-Forged clan. Tajana suddenly stopped, looked at him with surprise on her face. What's wrong? Lancelot asked, puzzled. The whole thing is mostly your achievement, and I've said I would reward you, so why deny it? Lancelot stood there stunned, not expecting that such a subconscious behavior would perplex the demon. After pondering for a while, he cautiously spoke. My purpose in doing this was not to seek your reward, and others have made many contributions to this matter. To comfortably accept the main credit in such a case would be an expression of arrogance. Arrogance is one of the 7 deadly sins spoken of by you humans, isn't it? But is acknowledging one's own achievements considered arrogance? The succubus persisted. Besides, if it wasn't for my reward, then what was your purpose? I know this sounds contradictory, but the origin of arrogance is indeed the infatuation with oneself. We try to avoid boasting about our achievements because it can easily create an illusion of being omnipotent, which in turn can lead to rash actions when facing real challenges. Even with one's true achievements? For example, I, who single-handedly established Twin Bridges town, repelled countless attacks, and the number of humans I sheltered is probably no less than those so-called saints. Nowadays, Twin Bridges town can determine the surrounding situation solely through trade and intelligence, simply because no one dares to face my army. Doesn't that warrant some boasting? This is indeed a great accomplishment, and I also admire it deeply. Lancelot nodded, but you must also remain clear-headed and not let past achievements cloud your judgment, so that you don't overestimate your own strength when facing future enemies, or overlook the strength of these mortals that you protect due to arrogance. Lancelot's words plunged Tajana into silence. A contemplative look appeared on the succubus' face, as if recalling whether there had been any shadows of arrogance in her past. I will give some thought to what you said, Tajana finally spoke. Your wisdom impresses me more than your swordsmanship, knight. Thank you for your praise, Lancelot nodded. If life is likened to a journey, strength determines the speed of advancement, while the heart determines the direction. An interesting analogy, but demons have infinite lives. If not for my rewards, what is your purpose? Tajana laughed, her smile a mix of ambiguity and provocation. Is it to please me? If I said no, I would definitely be lying. As the Lord of Twin Bridges town, it is my honor to please you. Taken aback by the succubus' sudden advance, Lancelot was momentarily at a loss but quickly organized his thoughts. However, my main goal is to help my friends, the dwarves of the Frost-Forged clan, to establish a firm footing here in Twin Bridges town. Tajana stared intently into Lancelot's eyes, and he met her gaze without flinching. Let her look, the succubus lord is so beautiful, such an overt opportunity to admire her is rare indeed. Of course, in order to avoid any strange reactions, Lancelot silently repeated the ice heart spell to himself and endeavored to keep his eyes from wandering. Unexpectedly, the succubus was the first to back down from this ambiguous stare, shifting her gaze away. She turned and continued walking forward. You asked Molo for the mountain crystals, right? What do you need those for? Lancelot hesitated for a moment and decided to wield the theory that Paladin and his colleagues had concocted. I have awakened a special bloodline power that can absorb the energy contained in those gemstones, much like drinking a mana potion. You are also a magician. Tajana turned back in surprise to look at him. You seem to have never shown a magician's abilities before. My situation is a bit special. Lancelot scratched his head and pulled a silver coin from his pocket. Have I told you about the teleportation channel I passed through when I came to the abyss? You really are an interesting fellow, Tajana remarked once more, then tossed a bag toward Lancelot. Lancelot caught it and found it contained 10 upper-grade spirit stone-level mountain crystals. I don't have any more to spare. These gemstones aren't particularly attractive, and merchants rarely use them to replace cumbersome gold coins. If it weren't for the blacksmiths needing them, I probably wouldn't be able to offer even one. Thank you very much. Lancelot expressed his gratitude with a formal bow to Tygana. This was truly a great help. Tygana had given him these 10 crystals at once, allowing his reserve of upper-grade spirit stones to reach 33, already 1/3 of the number required for foundation establishment. It's what you deserve, Tygana smiled. If needed, I know where you can find more. Where? The Succubus Palace in Oasis Fort. Chapter 85. Lancelot halted abruptly upon hearing this. Scared? Tygana raised an eyebrow at him. Not really, Lancelot shook his head. I was just surprised. Are you doing this for that dwarf's divine artifact? I still remember our last conversation at the dining table, Tygana continued walking forward. I've been watching the recent changes in the craftsman's district. Do you think acquiring the divine artifact of the dwarven race will make them more efficient? Humans have their limits, Lancelot cautiously said, but I am quite sure more dwarves will genuinely respect you. It feels strange to hear the dwarves sing my praises, but I quite like it. Lancelot couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. As he understood, creatures of the evil alignment hardly ever derived any satisfaction from good deeds. It was a good sign that Tygana was showing such emotions. If he could steer Tygana away from the path of evil, some things wouldn't be so complicated for him. Moreover, considering the past of the Succubus Lord, it wasn't impossible. You seem very pleased, Tygana, sensing Lancelot's mood, became curious. I am happy for the admiration you've received. Lancelot quickly composed himself. What exactly is this Succubus Palace? As you've heard, it is a brothel specifically for succubi, lavishly decorated, filled with vast treasures, and it also holds a large number of mortal men. Tygana sneered. Molo uses this facility to curry favor with nobles and high officials in the court of the Queen of the Succubus, ensuring his position remains unshaken. It sounds like a place that should be leveled sooner rather than later, Lancelot said, playing along, though he was still a bit curious. The entire Oasis Fort should be. Tygana expressed her detestation for this neutral town that thrived by leeching off the trading routes. There are quite a few of my people in Oasis Fort. I have a plan. An hour later, in the living room of Hagrid Manor. Dane Frostbeard's cross pickaxe. Bruto suddenly jumped down from his usual armchair, waving his hands and shouting. Lancelot directed an inquiring gaze at Colin, who just spread his hands, indicating he was also clueless. Hey, Bruto, calm down, Lancelot said to the dwarf who was restless, pacing back and forth muttering something to himself. Is this Dane Frostommer the same Platinum Guard who went missing? What? Oh, sorry, I mean, yes. Bruto, as if awakened from a trance, explained to his confused friends, Dane Frostbeard is not only a legendary hero in dwarven history, but our Frostforge clan is also related to him. He was a powerful dwarf holy warrior who led his tribe in establishing the Nailfort and, during the prolonged war that followed, utterly destroyed several nearby orc kingdoms, Bruto said with pride written all over his face when he mentioned his tribe's legendary hero. He never married but adopted dozens of orphans who lost their parents in the wars, among them were the ancestors of the Frostforge lineage. You're saying he was once immortal? Lancelot was curious about this information. I thought all of the Platinum Guard were like angels from the heavens. Moradin had a special fondness for his creations. Bruto shook his head. All the Platinum Guard are legendary heroes from dwarf history. When these heroes' lives were at their final moments, the incarnation of the father of the dwarves would publicly descend, guide these heroes to his divine kingdom, and grant them glorious duties and immortal life. But aren't there only 7 Platinum Guards? Lancelot asked curiously. As one of the oldest races, the dwarves surely have more legendary heroes in their past, don't they? Indeed, there are more. Bruto's expression was filled with reverence. The duties of the Platinum Guard are both an honor and a burden. Whenever a new Platinum Guard emerges, one of the existing guards is relieved from this duty and becomes a regular supplicant in the Father God's divine kingdom, enjoying eternal serenity. I see, Lancelot nodded, finding matters related to the gods always elusive. What about this Dane Frostbeard? He disappeared in the abyss. Yes, he went missing during a mission over 1,000 years ago, and due to the uniqueness of the abyss, even the Father God couldn't determine his whereabouts. Bruto's face started to look grave. It is said that the flame of origin he left in the divine kingdom, though dimmed, has never extinguished nor changed color. This means he hasn't fallen nor turned corrupt. Most likely he is secretly imprisoned somewhere. Ordinary demon lords probably can't deal with a powerful Platinum Guard, Lancelot mused. Any suspects? The most likely suspects are the Abyssal Triumvirate, Bruto shrugged, but other lords of the Abyss cannot be excluded. If this cross pickaxe really belongs to Dane, we might be able to find some useful clues from it. Damn it, I need to go to the craftsman's district right now. All the dwarves will be armed. And then launch a siege in the abyss, letting countless dwarves sacrifice their lives. Lancelot pushed Bruto back down onto the couch. Tajana wouldn't tolerate her dwarven artisans heading to their deaths like that. All we need to do right now is retrieve that cross pickaxe, not to destroy Oasis Fort. So what should we do? Bruto's voice lowered in an angry growl. I won't just sit around doing nothing. Tajana has a plan, Lancelot revealed with a smile, but you might need to make some sacrifices. For the glory of the dwarves, I am willing to do anything. Bruto bellowed eagerly. Oh, don't be too sure. Lancelot pulled out a few strands of intertwined hair from his breast pocket. Looking at Paladin, Tajana said you should be able to make a transmutation spell ring. This will take quite some time and materials, but it is indeed possible. Paladin eyed Lancelot's palm skeptically. This requires a small piece of body from the creature to be transformed into. Could it be? Aha! Lancelot winked at him, interrupting Paladin's query. What exactly is the plan? Bruto asked eagerly. Lancelot couldn't help but smile. If anyone doubted the powerful divine power of Moradin, they just needed to look at the dwarves. This hot-tempered race had an average lifespan of nearly 400 years, what more convincing evidence could there be? That male succubus' nominal allegiance is to the queen of the succubus. In his castle there's a portal that leads directly to Shendiravir, the realm of the queen of the succubus, Lancelot briefly explained. Once he leaves, that will be our chance. The specific action plan will be discussed later. Right now, the task is to prepare well, as that day won't keep us waiting too long. Chapter 86. The waiting time was a bit longer than they had anticipated. A whole month passed, and the succubus lord had not sent any instructions to start the operation. Lancelot used this time to meditate in tranquility, practicing chi cultivation and studying cultivation techniques. As Han Tianzun had predicted, the progress of Cauldron Immortal technique was not fast, yet there were almost no obstacles encountered along the way. Normally, the transition from the early to mid stages of the high rank in the chi cultivation stage is a minor threshold. If one does not consume a foundation establishment pill, it's normal for a typical spiritual cultivator to struggle for 1 or 2 years without a breakthrough. However, Lancelot's cultivation progressed as naturally as water flowing in a channel, and he easily entered the mid-stage of the high rank. If the true chi in the meridians at the early stage of the high rank was like several trickling streams, then at the mid-stage, it was like a series of raging rivers. The growth in strength was very noticeable, which made him look forward to the power he might possess after successful foundation establishment. Moreover, since the Cauldron Immortal technique was so exceptional, perhaps foundation establishment would not be as difficult as commonly described in the spiritual cultivation anecdotes. Lancelot also took this time to learn a few simple spells. He possessed wood, fire, and earth spirit roots, but whether it was due to the Cauldron Immortal technique or because he was blessed by the elves, he found he grasped wood system spells the quickest. In terms of fire system spells, he was only able to cast a few small fireballs, far less powerful than the large fireballs demonstrated by Paladin, and since almost all demons were immune to fire damage, he doubted whether he would truly have an opportunity to use this type of spell. For the earth system spells, he could now cast Earthquake Technique, effective within about 10 feet from himself as the center. If used at the right moment, it would prove very practical. His mastery of wood system spells, however, was much stronger. He could instantly summon a large mass of vines to tightly entangle his enemies, making it difficult for even himself to escape when using true chi. He could turn ordinary leaves into blades sharp enough to slice through iron, or make common wooden sticks as hard as if forged from mithril. But what satisfied him the most was a set of swordsmanship called King Yun, which Han Tianzun had modified from an ancient sword technique. The small bamboo scroll contained many techniques related to spiritual cultivation, martial techniques, insights, and even anecdotes, and Lancelot had found that anything created or recommended by Han Tianzun tended to be very useful. This King Yun sword art was said to have corresponding levels from the Qi refinement stage all the way up to the spiritual transformation stage, and it was very powerful. It was said to aid breakthroughs during the foundation establishment stage, with the only drawback being its difficulty. However, Lancelot considered that given he was in a world lacking in spiritual cultivation resources, being slow was acceptable, as its ability to aid in his breakthrough was tremendously important. He had only reached the first level of the sword art. At a thought, a 3-foot-long cyan sword aura would appear out of thin air in his palm, sharp and solid, almost like holding an additional short sword. And when used in conjunction with a weapon, the entire weapon would emanate a cyan glow, not only matching the power of the gathering chi slash but also allowing the sword aura to extend along the blade, significantly increasing the reach of his attacks. The other members of his team naturally weren't just waiting idly either. Bruto visited the blacksmith area daily as a way to exercise his muscles. Of course, another purpose was that it allowed him to legitimately have his father help in upgrading his equipment. The young dwarf first obtained a new shield, made from the back armor of a shark lizard beast combined with cold iron. The fins of the shark lizard beast on the shield were polished into a sharp blade, which retained the magical ability to break through the soil. This shield bash could cause severe damage to an enemy's armor, perfectly suiting Bruto's combat style. His armor had also been modified, with removable spikes installed on the shoulders, elbows, and knees that could mangle the flesh of enemies just through impact. The helmet, emblazoned with a berserk demon statue, now featured 2 huge sharp horns, taken from the exemplary teeth of a shark reptile beast. However, the most impressive was his hammer. The hammer had been completely reforged, and Berend, with his precise control over temperature, had extracted the original mithril and iron essence from within it. The new hammer was cast from cold iron, mixed with iron essence, and coated with a net-like layer of mithril, giving the hammer characteristics of both cold iron and silver weapons. Previously, due to the rush and lack of suitable materials, Berend had not enchanted the weapon. This time, reforging his son's weapon under much less restrictive conditions, the old dwarf had the chance to fully demonstrate his skills. Eventually, he applied the unique dwarven flying hammer enchantment to the hammer. The hammer's power was astonishing, and in a dwarf's hands, its strength increased even more, dealing additional damage to giant-type creatures. But what was most magical was the hammer's boomerang trait. When thrown as a projectile, it would automatically fly back to its master's hand. However, until then, Bruto could only rely on his shield and fists to contend with enemies, for which he had specially made a steel glove covered with terrifying protrusions and sharp spikes. According to Bruto himself, he was not sure whether he liked his hammer or the glove more. Meanwhile, another companion, Paladin, was also busy. During the month they spent hurrying to forge cold iron weapons at Lancelot's, he was either practicing spells or preparing scrolls needed for future adventures. This life resembled more that of a half-baked mage apprentice, rather than that of a scholar focused on research. After receiving the raw materials from Lancelot, he immediately started making transforming rings. It took him just a week to complete 3 rings. The rings worked wonderfully, becoming effective as soon as they were worn, but after trying them out with Lancelot, they both agreed it was best to keep their effects a secret from Bruto until they were needed. In the following days, he continuously repeated the routine of copying scrolls, practicing spells, and undergoing physical training with Lancelot. For someone who had almost never trained before, his improvement was significant, now able to dodge arrows shot from 30 yards away while fully focused. Find your next read at Empire. Lancelot also taught him how to wield a spear. With a cold iron spearhead, he could now handle 1 or 2 coward devils on his own. If allowed to use magic, facing 2 more wouldn't be impossible. Another person who hadn't relaxed was young Isha. Every evening, she diligently cleaned the house, and afterward, she would go out for combat training with an ancient vampire introduced by Tajana. It was said that she was now an apprentice wanderer, but Lancelot felt that as long as Isha could fend for herself within Twin Bridges town, it was good enough. Joining them in this operation was still too dangerous for her. In Twin Bridges town, as a vampire, if Isha wasn't killed on the spot, she could turn into a waft of air and return to the crypts beneath Hagrid Manor to sleep a bit more and recover. Finally, after more than a month of waiting, Tajana sent a message. She summoned them to bring their equipment and gather at her castle immediately. Chapter 87. When Lancelot reached the throne hall in Tygana's castle, the succubus lord had not appeared yet, but he was not the first one to arrive. 4 fully armed dwarves were already there waiting. Lancelot recognized these dwarves as vaguely familiar, then realized that he had indeed seen them before, when it was decided to establish a temple of Moradin in the Shattered Mountain range to house the Holy Iron Anvil. 7 powerful dwarf warriors had stepped forward, taking on the duty of guarding the temple. The 4 in front of him were of those 7 dwarves. They were all veterans of many battles, skilled in martial arts, among whom the leader was also a dwarf priest of Moradin, possessing divine arts abilities to protect against toxins and heal life. Of course, before becoming a priest, he was also an experienced warrior. "You must be Sir Lancelot." The temple guards, all dwarves, stood up and greeted Lancelot. "Uncle Vito." Bruto's voice rang out in surprise. "How did you come here?" "We were directly summoned by Tygana. She mentioned it's about the honor of the dwarves." The dwarf priest named Vito said with conviction, "We have been informed of the situation. Retrieving the platinum relic is an indisputable duty for every dwarf. We will fully support your actions, but what exactly is the plan?" Lancelot was about to speak, but suddenly closed his mouth, turning his gaze towards a step behind the throne. The figure of the succubus lord appeared there, followed by an uneasy goblin and a demon with a calm demeanor. Perhaps in an effort to reduce the unease of these devout dwarves, Tygana currently adopted a human form, dressed in a well-tailored black long skirt, with her wings nowhere to be seen. Lancelot noticed she was wearing a beautiful diamond necklace around her neck, the very one he had gifted her before. "Good morning, my lady." Lancelot performed a knightly bow toward Tygana. "You look especially beautiful today." "Good morning, knight." Tygana returned the greeting with a smile and slightly lifted her chin. "Meet the guide for the operation. This goblin is Phil, whom I believe you might have seen in the mercenary area." Bruto jumped up. How could he possibly forget this little swindler? Phil immediately hid behind the succubus lord, a pitiful look on his face. "Good, this is exactly the acting skill I need." Tygana's tail was far more powerful than it looked, and it whipped around to scoop up the goblin. "Phil is one of the best intelligence officers in Twin Bridges town, very familiar with many neutral towns. It seems you've already witnessed his talent in impersonating merchants. He will play the leader of the merchant convoy, and your roles will be as the convoy's guards." "Nice to see you again, sir." Phil weakly waved at Lancelot, then was put down by Tygana. "This is Yuduz, the finest Brezua swordsman in Twin Bridges town." Tygana then introduced the demon beside her, and Lancelot realized it was the very Brezua demon he had briefly met under Tygana's statue when he first arrived in Twin Bridges town. At that time, the demon was holding a great sword, and had greeted Lancelot with a courtesy very uncharacteristic of demons, both of which had left a deep impression on him. "Nice to meet you again, Sir Lancelot." The towering demon with a goat-like head nodded at Lancelot, his words and gaze held only calm, a trait Lancelot had never seen in other demons. "I had thought you were a master swordsman then. I hope to have a chance to spar with you. I live in the Hagrid Manor in the Eastern District and am always happy to have you visit," Lancelot said to the Brezhou demon with a mix of curiosity and fondness, and he did not hesitate to accept the invitation. "Let's wait until this mission is completed. Remember to notify me when the time comes. I don't want to miss out on this good show." Tajana's voice rang out again. "Yaduz will lead 20 Brezhou warriors to lie in wait outside Oasis Fort, and should you be chased, they will handle those who follow. We will wait for you in the woods about 3 miles outside Oasis Fort, a perfect spot for an ambush." Yaduz chimed in. "If for any reason that spot becomes unsuitable, an alternate rendezvous point is 15 miles further south in Crackskull Valley. Phil will point these locations out to you on your way to Oasis Fort." "Understood, thank you very much," Lancelot nodded his head. "You all need to be fully prepared for difficulties," Tajana spoke up. "According to intelligence sent back by the spies in Oasis Fort, Molo seems to have sensed something. He should have set out 3 weeks ago but only left this morning. In the meantime, he significantly increased the guard strength, and the number of soldiers patrolling the streets has tripled." This news unsettled everyone, and the dwarves began whispering among themselves. Lancelot furrowed his brow and asked, "How could this be? Has our plan been leaked?" "The plan should not have been leaked. His arrangements seem to be geared towards a large-scale military attack. Furthermore, the focus of the guards inside the city is not the succubus palace but his own castle." Tajana spoke with certainty. "Perhaps he has guessed something or learned of some plans from other forces. He does not know that someone is targeting an ordinary item in the succubus palace, and that's our advantage. If things go smoothly, we'll just need to silently take out 1 or 2 guards." "If things go smoothly," Tajana agreed and then seemed to recall something amusing, flashing a sinister smile. "Is that item ready?" "It's ready," Paladin quickly replied. "Let me see the effect." Tajana's expression became even more bizarre, her voice filled with anticipation. "Discover exclusive tales at Empire." Better not." Lancelot awkwardly declined the succubus lord's request. "I've already tested it, and the effect is better than anticipated. It will definitely help us blend in seamlessly." "Are you sure? I can make you more persuasive." "It's already very persuasive," Lancelot declined again, his tone very firm. "Well, perhaps next time we're alone, you'll have some new ideas." Apart from Lancelot and Paladin, the others listened to their conversation with confusion. Even Bruto was baffled, but he didn't dwell on it after all. Who knew what Tajana and Lancelot might have discussed privately? It was perfectly normal for him not to understand. "Let's set out, my warriors. 3 carriages are already waiting for their masters at the head of North Bridge." Tajana waved her hand. "I await your good news and truly believe you won't disappoint me." Chapter 88. Oasis Fort was located north of Twin Bridges town, about 500 li away. By the normal speed of a carriage, it would take approximately 2 days. The journey went smoothly for the most part because there were no unsolvable troubles, yet small-scale robberies were incessant. The Abyss was hardly a peaceful place, and the first layer, Plains of the Abyss, where they were, could be considered very livable compared to other layers, where almost all evil races could be found. The robbers they encountered included large goblins, hyena men, orcs, ogres, and even a 2-headed giant, but they were all easily dispatched by the dwarf warriors. Lancelot didn't even need to lift a finger. Like all goblins, Phil did not like dwarfs, and dwarfs had the same sentiment towards goblins, so most of the time it was Lancelot and Paladin who sat in Phil's first carriage, diligently playing the role of guards for the goblin merchant. Phil's view of his fellow tribe members who blocked the road to rob was no different from others. he would first politely ask them to leave, and if they refused, he would draw his weapon to force compliance. The only difference was that his taunting in the goblin language was always particularly limited, and his slingshot and dagger looked far more threatening than he did himself. The caravan also witnessed groups of prime demons and coward devils, these pitiful low-rank demons wandering aimlessly on the ground, loudly arguing with each other in their unclear language. Paladin was very interested in this situation. According to him, normally, these wild low-rank tannery were always in a state of being chased, either by a conscription team or a food requisition team, depending on the situation of the war. Normally, a serpent demon would be responsible for the conscription work in a region, but perhaps because that guy named Whisk was killed, these newly born demons had not yet had the opportunity to experience the cruelty of demon life. Even though these tannery demons had a brief respite, they still did not dare to attack the guarded caravan. These lowest-level demons were not mad enough, and their desire for blood and battle was not enough to overcome their fear of death. But the abyss also gave birth to some native demons, and these mad creatures did not care as much. The demons born from mortal souls were called tannery, and if you overcame your fear and observed their forms carefully, you would find that they still had some human-like features, such as having their heads on their necks, and having 2 legs below the waist. Your next read awaits at Empire. However, these native demons of the abyss were more abstract in appearance, with spherical or columnar bodies randomly sporting uneven numbers of mouths, eyes, and claws, screaming wildly and trying to attack everything around them. Fortunately, although the demons encountered in the wild were dangerous, they were almost mindless, merely acting on instinct. This was when Lancelot's 7-foot greatsword Glacier came into play. This massive weapon possessed a primitive beauty in Lancelot's hands, especially when he sliced those grotesque, disgusting-looking, and wildly acting foes in two, always eliciting envious admiration from the dwarfs. Yaduza's team of goat demons did not travel with them, to avoid being spotted by the patrols of Oasis Fort as something unusual. After the team set off, Lancelot never saw those tall, gaunt demons again in his field of vision. This provided him with an opportunity to hone his divine sense and spirit perception. After practice, his unclear sense range of spirit perception had reached almost 1 li, and any creature strong enough to enter this range would trigger his spirit perception, allowing him to detect them in advance. The frequent battles slowed the pace of the caravan, and by the afternoon of the 3rd day, they finally reached the gates of Oasis Fort. Since it was named Oasis Fort, naturally, it was because there was an oasis here. Lake water, safe for direct consumption, gushed from beneath the ground, forming a small lake about an acre in size and turning its surroundings into a lush oasis. Most of the surface of the plains of the abyss consisted of red wastelands, with dry and barren land, but the chaotic essence of the abyss determined that it could accommodate all possibilities, though they were dire. This had been a water source for many creatures strayed into this realm and also a landmark and supply point on the trade route from the more prosperous north to Twin Bridges town. Since the clean water source was of little value to demons, no powerful force had occupied this place until the establishment of Oasis Fort. The greedy Molo, relying on slaves and magic, had enclosed the entire oasis with walls, monopolizing the precious water source for himself. When Lancelot and his group entered Oasis Fort, they had to pay an entry tax of 300 gold coins each, demonstrating the succubus's remarkable ability to extort wealth. But the wool eventually comes off the sheep. Despite Molo's full effort, the weapons, armor, and iron ingots produced by Twin Bridges town were among the most popular goods in the abyss. If they could be transported to demon legions in the north lacking ironware, the profits could be more than tenfold, sufficient to make many greedy merchants overcome any risk. Phil, who knew the ins and outs, led the caravan to a secluded inn. The owner, a taciturn devil spawn, showed an unmistakable look of surprise upon seeing Phil, seemingly an old acquaintance of the goblin. He opened his mouth to say something, but Phil plugged it with a bag of gold. He shut up, handed Phil a brass key, and actually stepped right out the front door. Dealing with clever folks is easy. All right, this will be our temporary base for the coming week. After settling the team down, Phil went out to sell the goods meant to distract others while Lancelot and Colin followed the goblin outside, playing the role of guards. The hot-tempered dwarves stayed in the inn to guard the goods. The marketplace in Oasis Fort was much more chaotic compared to Twin Bridges town, with its nauseating stench and garbage everywhere making a poor first impression. Another characteristic was the large number of slaves, wearing chains and covered with scars from long-term abuse, which made Lancelot clench his fists tightly, but he was very clear about what he could and could not do. This cruel scene was not enough to make Lancelot lose his reason, but it did strengthen his resolve to defend Twin Bridges town. Phil quickly struck several deals, arranged delivery times and locations with the other parties, then pretentiously left the filthy market satisfied, light-footedly signaling his desire to grab a drink. Lancelot was certain that no one was watching them, but he agreed with the goblin's caution. If anyone reported them to the guards for suspecting their actions as abnormal, it could bring unnecessary trouble. Naturally, grabbing a drink was a pretense, all those activities were to cover their real purpose, to connect with Tajana's informant in Oasis Fort. Before laying out detailed plans for their next steps, they needed to gather enough intelligence. Chapter 89. Oasis Fort didn't have as vast a mercenary community as Twin Bridges town, so the standard of the bars inevitably suffered. Most were dirty and dilapidated, and their meeting place was no exception. Phil led them to a bar on the edge of the business district, snuggled next to the largest slave enclosure in Oasis Fort. The bar's entrance was adorned with a rusty sign that swayed gently in the occasional breeze, featuring a goblet with a rose. It was the afternoon, and the bar was devoid of customers, save for a burly barkeeper who leisurely cleaned glasses behind the bar. As Lancelot had just pushed open the bar's heavy doors, the barkeeper immediately lifted his head. He squinted his eyes at Lancelot like a threatened animal, with sharp, fang-like teeth protruding from his mouth, and his cup-holding hand silently morphed into deadly claws. "Ease up, old Reap, he's one of ours," said Phil, startled by the barkeeper's reaction, hurriedly interjecting. "Phil? What are you doing here?" The barkeeper only then noticed the goblin's presence, expressing surprise as his fangs and claws swiftly retracted. He leapt from behind the bar with agile movements, promptly shutting all the windows of the bar and hanging a "Closed for Business" sign on the door. "Let me introduce." The barkeeper gestured with his hand to cut off Phil and pulled open a hidden door behind the bar that led to the cellar. "Come in, then we talk." "Old underground, hey?" Phil shrugged at Lancelot. The group followed Old Reap into the cellar, which was a small basement of about 200 square feet, brimming with wine barrels draped in cobwebs. Old Reap did not rush to converse with them. First, he lit all the torches on the wall and cautiously checked each corner to ensure nothing strange was eavesdropping. Having completed this, he turned to Phil with a disdainful look. "What are you doing here?" "Obviously, our great queen has commanded, otherwise I wouldn't want to come to this stinking place. I've barely managed to make this bar turn a small profit, please do me a favor and try not to blow it to the heavens, all right?" What are you on about?" "I swear on Magrubaya's name, I don't have a gram of explosive on me," Phil said with an awkward expression. Cough cough, "let me formally introduce you. This is Old Reap, Twin Bridges town's liaison officer stationed at Oasis Fort. These are Lancelot and Colin, they're in charge of this operation." "Good afternoon, gentlemen." Old Reap extended his hand and shook hands with Lancelot and Colin. "Perhaps you've already noticed, I'm a werewolf, but don't worry, I haven't bitten anyone arbitrarily in a long time, annoying goblins notwithstanding." "Good afternoon," Lancelot said, intrigued by the operative disguised as a barkeeper. "How does a werewolf end up in the abyss, and moreover, as an agent for the Demon Lord?" "I was born in Twin Bridges town, both of my parents were werewolves." The muscular barkeeper shrugged. "Like most kids born in Twin Bridges town, I became a mercenary when I grew up. When you inadvertently complete a certain special mission, it's natural that someone would inquire if you are interested in serving Lady Tajana directly. You agreed. Why not? Asked Old Reep, puzzled by Lancelot's question. I'm quite happy to protect my hometown, and Lady Tajana has always been very generous to her subordinates. It was then that Lancelot realized Twin Bridges town had been established for 300 years. For long-lived races like dwarves, there were those who remembered how Twin Bridges town had looked when it was newly established, whereas for shorter-lived races, several generations might have already proliferated there. They naturally harbored affections for Twin Bridges town, especially in an environment as hostile as the Abyss. Twin Bridges town really is a special place, Paladin remarked. The sensation was utterly fascinating, as though a historian studying a certain period had truly traveled back in time. Our goal this time is the cross pickaxe in the Succubus Palace, Phil said. I heard Molo recently greatly strengthened the fortress defenses? Has he caught wind of something? Why are you targeting that thing? Old Reep raised an eyebrow. Molo must have been stimulated by something at Twin Bridges town, right? His departing entourage was so ostentatious, as if he was off to a wedding, yet he returned all alone and in disgrace. What happened after the gladiatorial competition ended? People are speculating, did Tajana get thoroughly annoyed by his foolish courting methods and lay hands on his followers, killing them all? Who knows, Lancelot replied, shaking his head in apparent calm, but inside he guessed it was probably Molo himself, the cruel bastard, trying to cover up the humiliation he suffered. He had been in Twin Bridges town for a bit too long and had almost forgotten this was the normal way demons conducted themselves. Maybe it was just a rejection by Tajana, and then he killed all the witnesses himself. Old Reep guessed the truth almost nonchalantly. But what's got him on high alert isn't that? Reportedly, 2 patrols mysteriously disappeared not long ago, making him paranoid for quite a while. If you ask me, it's likely that an entire patrol defected to another demon lord. It's not unusual, Phil shrugged. What measures did he take? Almost all the berserk demons in the barracks were mobilized, every strategic point in the fort was stuffed with stinking toads. The patrols on the streets have also intensified, keeping an eye out for dangerous elements like you. How long has this state of affairs been going on? Phil quirked an eyebrow. Nearly 3 weeks, Old Reep replied with a skewed smile, revealing his sharp molars. This is unusual, he might have received other intelligence, but it's been too long. Phil shook his head. Our operation seems easier than expected. Lancelot exhibited a peculiar expression. Could it be that maintaining heightened defenses for too long had some drawbacks? Most demons are rather impatient creatures, Phil explained, seeing Lancelot's confusion and speaking for humans. If no battle happens, they'll grow slack, lose focus, or even start fighting each other. A smart demon lord would try to prevent this at all costs, but a fool like Molo only knows to force them with violence. Are you saying that demons become weaker in combat under these circumstances? Not weaker, if a battle occurs, they're even more reckless and destructive than usual, Phil answered. But our goal is to slip in quietly, right? What's better than a bunch of distracted guards? The Succubus Palace has strict guards, sneaking in won't be so easy, Old Reep shook his head. We need a thorough plan, understanding the guards' patterns, and a retreat strategy. Honestly, if I had been informed of the goal in advance, I could have prepared, but Molo could return at any moment, and we might not have the time now. We are indeed pressed for time, Lancelot nodded. But we don't actually need to sneak in. A werewolf and goblin looked at him with puzzled expressions, and Lancelot scratched his head, exchanging a glance with Paladin. Here's the thing, Tajana gave us strands of her hair. As he spoke, he and Paladin each put on a delicate ring. A pale blue magic light flashed, and 2 stunningly beautiful and voluptuous succubi appeared in their place, leaving Phil and Old Reep stunned for a moment before they shot out blood from their nostrils and fell backward onto the ground. Are you guys all right? A seductive and enticing feminine voice rang out. Lansna, they didn't faint, did they? Hearing the name Lansna, the goblin Phil, who had just sat up, toppled over once again. Your journey continues at Empire. He felt he needed a moment to recover. Chapter 90. The two succubi who suddenly appeared were none other than Lancelot and Paladin wearing transformation rings. There are many types of magic items, with a myriad of effects, but the most common are those that have a fixed spell. The production process is very similar to that of creating a magic scroll, except it is more like micro-sculpting rather than writing, so as long as it is within their capabilities, scholars are better at creating magic items than mages. Transmutation spell is a second circle spell, and Paladin had no problem handling it. The casting medium involves part of the body of the creature one intends to transform into, and they used hair provided by Tajana. Tajana was no ordinary succubus. Even without considering her astonishing charm, her combat prowess was exceptional. Although she couldn't compare with those lords who reigned over entire layers of the abyss, she was definitely on par with the average demon lord, which is incredible for a succubus not known for their combat abilities. Correspondingly, her hair contained powerful energy, making the effect of the transformation ring exceptionally good. Not only did the appearance after the transformation attract attention, but the aura was also indistinguishable from an ordinary succubus. The transmutation spell also affected the user's clothing and armor. The full body armor that Lancelot was wearing remained, albeit in a female style, but its design was assertively provocative, likely compromising its protective functions. Paladin's robes had turned into a semi-transparent thin veil, definitely seductive to behold. It seems this spell works, said Lancelot, feigning calm, as he reached to adjust the limited coverage breastplate he was wearing. This action caused Phil and Old Reap, who had just caught their breath, to feel a surge of blood to the head, almost fainting once again. Lancelot, now should be called Lansna in the form of a succubus, shrugged his shoulders and took off the ring, reverting back to his human form. Paladin also removed his ring, cancelling the effect of the transmutation spell. This must be a devil's idea. Phil finally regained his ability to speak. It's too cruel. I feel like I fell in love with a fake illusion, the feeling is too surreal. I have to admit, you were absolutely beautiful after the transformation. For a moment, I even felt the beastly power inside me losing control. The bartender spared no praise for Lansna. Those succubi who occasionally come to the bar for fun are nothing but vulgar compared to you. I fear I can never forget the visage from just now. Ahem, it's just a prop for transformation. Explore more stories with Empire. Well. Old Reap shook his head regretfully. With this, getting in shouldn't be a problem. If you're careful, you can completely sneak in undetected to complete the mission. But we are completely in the dark about the inside of the succubus palace. Once inside, we will be blindly fumbling. Lancelot looked at Old Reap expectantly. Do you have any information you can share about this? I don't know much, the bartender shook his head. Most of those who provide services for the succubi inside are strong and robust slaves who are said to have received a lot of specialized training and possess a slew of special techniques. The succubus palace initially only served to entertain Lord Molo's distinguished guests, but as its reputation grew, it opened up for business to outsiders. There are even witches from the prime material plane who specifically come to spend a fortune. If I were you, I'd try to avoid conflicts with other patrons. It looks like there won't be a problem blending in. Lancelot nodded. Do you know where the cross pickaxe is located? Sorry, I have no idea about that. Reap spread his hands. The rumors about that thing also come from the succubi who have been there. They probably heard it from the slaves they serve. So, once we're inside, we need to take control of a slave and get the information from him. Lancelot nodded. I guess those more popular slaves would have frequent opportunities to come into contact with the cross pickaxe, and finding a secluded room in the succubus palace wouldn't be difficult. You mean you can still use your charm abilities after transforming? Phil looked at Lancelot in surprise. Those slaves inside might be immune to charm spells, since they are, after all, well experienced. What are you thinking? Transmutation spell only changes appearance, it doesn't grant spell-like abilities. Lancelot gave Phil an annoyed glance. Paladin has several spells that work well together, and since we'll be outnumbered, we might as well try out a few different ones. Alright, Phil scratched his head, you guys probably won't engage in any fighting before getting the cross pickaxe, so the remaining question is how we're going to retreat. This is where you excel, Reap suddenly spoke up, but can I make a small request? When you plan the retreat route, could you possibly avoid my tavern as much as possible? Why? Lancelot was somewhat astonished, are you worried that it might expose you? It's got nothing to do with that. Reap shook his head as if seeing through Lancelot's thoughts. His retreat plans always involve a lot of explosions, and you'll understand when it happens. What do you know? Explosions are the greatest phenomenon in the universe. It's just that you fear this mighty force, which is why you're biased against explosions. Phil protested vehemently, is there anything better than an explosion? That's a pre-planned explosion. Boom, and the enemies who were fiercely chasing you are suddenly blown sky high. Could there be anything better than that? Paladin timidly interjected, what was the reason for ending your career as a secret agent, again? Who said my career as a secret agent is over? Who said that? Phil glared at Paladin, I've never left active duty. It's just that I'm not needed for the usual minor tasks. Lady Tajana highly values me, didn't she send me out again? I don't care. Just keep away from my tavern. Reap shouted at the goblin, what the hell did Molo, that ass-selling old thing, do to make Lady Tajana let you out? Everyone, calm down. Lancelot had cast a soundproof barrier spell as soon as the two started arguing and hurriedly interjected to stop the increasingly fierce dispute. If properly arranged, explosions can indeed be very effective. We'll plan the route in advance and make sure to avoid your tavern as much as we can. Well said. Phil looked gratefully at Lancelot, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Sir Lancelot, you're the one who truly understands. You still don't get it. Reap shook his head, do you know Boulder Town? Black Flame Castle? Or High Tower City? Have you heard of any of them?